As Chair of the Gwinnett County Board of Education, I hereby call to order the February 19, 2026 business meeting of the Board. I extend a warm welcome to everyone present at tonight's meeting. The Board, Dr. Taylor, and I are pleased that you have joined us to celebrate achievements, review information, and make policy decisions related to the effective operation of Gwinnett County Public Schools. Before we begin, I'd like to draw your attention to the screens on my left, where you'll see the school board's core beliefs and commitments, which will be on display during the business and board meetings. These statements aren't just words. They reflect the guiding principles that shape every decision we make and every goal we set. They serve as a compass for our district, reminding us of our shared responsibility to foster a learning environment where every student can thrive. I encourage you to take a moment to read them carefully, as they are central to the work we do together as educators, leaders, and community members. As part of the board's new meeting schedule, the board held its monthly work session earlier this week. During the work session, board members take time to learn more about student learning, operations, and district initiatives. We talk through topics that may come before the board at the business meeting. And you can view the full work session recording now on our website, and meeting materials and reports on the board agenda are also online by next week. The monthly business meetings of the board are open to the public. We are grateful for the number of people interested in our schools who are in attendance tonight. The business meeting is when the board conducts its business governing the school system in a public arena. The business meetings are not meetings with the public. Therefore, comments from the audience will be confined to the time designated for citizens to address the board according to policy BCBI. Speakers are encouraged to maintain appropriate meeting decorum, follow appropriate protocols, protect the confidentiality of students, prevent defamatory statements, and ensure impartiality of the board. The board requests the speakers not speak directly about individuals, students, parents, or staff members. Thank you for embracing these qualities and modeling them for our children and our community during tonight's meeting. Please silence your cell phones or communication devices before we begin the meeting. I would like to call to the podium Pastor Jason Price of 12 Stone Church in Lawrenceville. You will share with us a moment of reflection, and followed by the Snellville Middle School Junior Leadership Corps under the leadership of Edward Parkins, who will present the colors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, Chair Dr. Johnson Morgan, board members, and Dr. Taylor. I would ask everyone to stand at this time. My name is Jason Price, and I bring you greetings and well wishes on behalf of 12 Stone Church. Thank you for asking me to be a part of tonight's meeting. As we come together, may we demonstrate wisdom, integrity, respect, and grace in our interactions with each other. Let us acknowledge the many good things around us and ways we can be a blessing to others. Thank you to those in the audience who lend their leadership and service to our schools and community. We also extend our appreciation to many individuals, our families, teachers, and others in the community who support the public education and public school students. Finally, let us keep the children of Gwinnett County in mind as we speak, act, and make decisions tonight. With that in mind, I invite you to join me in a moment of silence for personal reflection on our students, our district, and our greater community. Thank you so much. And on behalf of 12 Stone Church, I want to thank you for your leadership. We're praying for you as a community and as a leadership team. I ask that everyone please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Congo!
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order! Right! Haste! Forward! March! March on! March! Color! Hold! Uncarried! Colors!
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Pastor Price and the Snellville Middle School Junior Leadership Corps for being part of this very important meeting. Now, before we begin our business, we will take a few moments to hear from one of the most important voices in our school system, our students. The Gwinnett County Board of Education is guided by a clear belief that students are the center of every decision we make, and our work is focused on helping each and every student succeed and thrive. This reminds us of our why, to pursue excellence for each student in everything we do every day. At this time, I would like to invite the Shiloh High School principal, Cappy Douglas, to introduce their student inspiration.
Chairperson, Dr. Therese, board members, Dr. Taylor, thank you for honoring Shiloh High School students and staff with the privilege of proudly presenting Honoring the Dream, a tribute to Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, and the Civil Rights Movement. We also would like to extend a sincere thank you to Dr. Melissa Walker, Shiloh Cluster Superintendent. Thank you for her continued advocacy and unwavering support of our generals. Peer leader and student voice coordinator, Gina Williams, choral director, Gina Hawkins, and the beautiful, talented, and brilliant students of Shiloh High School will share a powerful enactment inspired by Dr. King's historic "I Have a Dream" speech. Through this presentation, students honor a legacy that forever changed our nation. They bring to life the spirit, the sacrifice, and the hope of the Civil Rights Movement, reminding us that Dr. King's vision of justice, unity, equality continues to beacon us and beckon us to lead with courage, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to building a future rooted in equity, rooted in dignity, and rooted in an opportunity for all.
In the history of our nation. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. In the process of gaining our rightful place, we must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We cannot turn back. And so, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. We will be able to hew out the mountain of despair a stone of hope. And if America is to become a great nation, this must become true. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi. Every mountainside, let freedom ring. And when this happens, and when we allow freedom to ring, we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city. We will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men, white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual. Free at last, thank God Almighty we are free at last.
One day when the glory comes, it'll be ours, it'll be ours. Whoa, one day when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Now the war is not over. Victory isn't won, but we'll fight on to the finish. And when it's all done, we'll cry glory, glory, oh glory, glory, oh glory. We'll cry glory, we'll cry glory.
Glory from Stone Mountain of Georgia.
Oh glory.
Glory from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Glory from every mountainside.
We'll cry glory. Thank you. This was a powerful presentation. Thank you to our board for allowing this new format to center the needs and the voices of our students at the beginning of our meetings. And we have a trade-off in the end. We're timing our speeches and making sure that we can allow and prioritize the time of our student voices first. And so we are very, very grateful to the Shiloh High School students, families, teachers. You all really had a beautiful expression of hope And this is where we celebrate your success and we celebrate your voice and your leadership. As a point of information, we want to announce that we'll continue to be doing this every business meeting. So we appreciate your support, and we look forward to our students presenting to our community members, and it's recorded, and the students get a chance now to enjoy their presentations even after the meeting, and you and our community members as well. So thank you all. We will now return on to our agenda, and we'll move next to public comments from our students. Students addressing the board, you will notice two side podiums. Please proceed to the podium closest to where you are sitting. At this time, Malika Okraku, if I mispronounce it, please correct it. Please approach the podium. And Salem Tesfamarim, you are on deck at the other podium.
My name is Malachi Okraku.
I'm Malachi's mom, and so we, not to be specific about any situations, but just wanted to get some more information out there about concerns for special education within the school district. Just concerning stronger oversight and training and accountability within schools, just making sure that plans for like restorative approaches are consistent and implemented, so that students are actually receiving behavioral interventions needed. And he's just been having, as a student overall, just difficult time. And as a person within the community, we just want him to have a better experience here within Gwinnett County and enjoy the experience at school. So he was nervous to say anything, so I'm just trying to sum it up for him and just kind of show a face of somebody that's part of the community that's advocating for more support. Anything else you want to say? No, we've been very sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Malachi, for coming up here and the courage you had to stand in front of us all. Thank you. Salem?
Salim.
Salim.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Salim Tesfamarim. I'm here tonight to speak about something I've witnessed firsthand over the past few weeks and to ask how this district supports student civic engagement while also protecting student safety and education. Last month, Dr. Therese Johnson Morgan posted on her official Board of Education platform in praise of student walkouts related to ICE and immigration enforcement, framing these walkouts as students engaging civically. Let me be clear, the fear students are feeling is real. Many are afraid for their friends, families, and their safety, and the courage to speak up should absolutely be acknowledged. I also agree that the walkouts were a form of civic engagement. Students using their voice to advocate for their communities is powerful. At the same time, many students felt walking out was the only way to be heard. While safe and accessible ways to participate do not exist, students turn to the only option they see. Civic engagement should not require students to sacrifice their education or safety just to be heard. Students who walked out received disciplinary referrals and lost academic privileges. GCPS strongly emphasizes student safety and the importance of instructional time, yet the chairwoman of the board publicly commended students for leaving school buildings with no structure or safeguards. That contradiction matters. When district leadership praises student action from an official platform, students hear that as engagement. But when the system does not provide safe ways to engage, students are left to deal with the consequences alone. Those referrals don't just disappear. They can affect college and scholarship opportunities. I'm not here to attack Dr. Johnson Morgan. I deeply respect her passion for youth civic engagement. I'm here to say that leadership carries responsibility. Right now, GCPS offers students limited, accessible, structured ways to participate civically. Before students can organize or lead civic efforts, they must be taught how civic engagement actually works. Many students are reacting to issues without ever being shown how to advocate safely or effectively. Schools cannot control national policy, but they can ensure students are safe, informed, and well supported in how they respond to it. I urge the board to consider providing clear, supervised ways for students to express concerns safely while on campus, guidance and education on how students can advocate in and beyond school, and instruction that teaches students how to participate in civic processes responsibly. If we are going to praise student activism, we must also build the infrastructure to support it, safely, intentionally, and without academic punishment. My question to the board is simple and it needs an answer. How can GCPS expand access to civic engagement in ways that are safe and non-punitive so students are not forced to choose between their education, their safety, and their participation? Students are responding to fear in the only ways they see available. And when the adults in charge endorse our actions, we trust that safety and accountability will follow. Right now, that support is unclear. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine Cavallero, and then Jackson Cavallero.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jasmine Cavallero, and I'm a 5th grader at Ivy Creek Elementary. I know you guys on the board know who I am. I've been coming here for almost every month for over a year. I know you know why I'm here, but I want to make sure that everyone in the room knows why. So I'm going to talk directly to you guys tonight. I know some of the people out here know me too, and our friend from church, Joelle, is running the cameras right now. You can zoom on me and even put it up on the screen. Vote yes on HB 1023. We need all the adults and students in the room to put down your phone and give Facebook and Instagram a rest. I'm going to have some papers to hand out tonight so you can help me get House Bill 1023 passed in Georgia State House and Senate. We're going to make the world a better place and protect all Georgia public schools with weapon detectors. I'm begging all of you to call and email your House and Senate representative. I need you to post on your social media and DM people to do the same. Later, not right now. Tell them we need House Bill 1023 to become a law in the state. My safety and the safety of all the kids in the state are counting on this bill to pass. We need you to use the sheet I brought tonight, find your House and Senate rep, and tell them to vote yes on HB 1023. We've been coming here because of the shooting at Appalachia a year and a half ago. I'm sure they wish they could go back in time and start screening for guns the way they're doing it right now and erase everything that happened. It's just sad to watch the news this week and hear them talk about it all over again with the trial going on with Barrow County right now. We can end this once and for all. You could end this once and for all. We're here tonight not just for our school district, but for all the school districts in the state. You all want us to learn and thrive in our school. And us kids, we want that too. We also want to live through high school. I need you to want to make sure that we all live through high school and all of our years of school. And you do all you possibly can to make sure guns and knives don't get in our schools anymore. Let's make sure that House Bill 1023 passes and it becomes a law to end all school shootings, once and for all. I'm counting on your support. My brothers and sisters are counting on it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Cavallero, and then Jordan Cavallero.
Good evening. My name is Jackson Cavallero, and I'm a 2nd grader at Ivy Creek Elementary. I know you just heard my sister say the same thing. I really need you to call and email your state and Senate representatives and tell them to vote yes on House Bill 1023. We should all want safe schools and not have kids shot anymore. This is something me and my family have been asking for and praying for over a year and a half. We're gonna make Georgia the safest state for all of our schools with weapon detectors. I'm begging you all to call and email your House and Senate representative. Tell them we need House Bill 1023 to become a law in the state. My safety and the safety of all the kids in the state are counting on this bill to pass. There's no reason we should be practicing active shooter drills in school anymore. We didn't have to do that at the Falcons game. Why do kids have to do it? Why is my life not as important as protecting Kirk Cousins or LeBron James? I could be the next Kirk Cousins or LeBron James. I just have to live through high school to show you I can do it. You can help make history. You can help make sure no kids get shot in school ever again. But we can't do it unless you get involved. Call your representatives and tell them to pass House Bill 1023 and get it signed into law. Imagine if all across the country, in every school board building, each year people are dying because wild packs of dogs are getting into buildings and killing people. The response wouldn't be, well, geez, we need someone to get out there and train these wild packs of dogs so they better behave and they don't kill people. No. So why is it when hundreds of children die in school shootings, we say mental health and not weapon detectors? I need you to want to make sure all kids in Georgia live through school. And you do all you can to make sure guns and knives don't get in our schools anymore. Let's make sure House Bill 1023 passes and becomes law to end all school shooting, once and for all. I need you to support my sisters. My sisters need it too. Please get involved and help make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan?
Good evening. My name is Jordan Cavallero, and I'm in kindergarten at Ivy Creek Elementary School. Today, I'm here to ask everyone in this room help us get House Bill 1023 passed. The safety of all the kids in Georgia is counting on this bill. This bill will help keep weapons out of our school and end school shootings once and for all. And we are counting on you, so please help us for a yes vote on Bill 1023. Thank you.
Next, we have Nemaya Hamilton and then Michael Vu.
Good evening, Good evening, Chairwoman Dr. Morgan, Superintendent Dr. Taylor, and the other members of the board. First off, I'd like to thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to directly communicate with you tonight. The Gwinnett County Public School System serves more than 178,000 students from an estimated 183 countries speaking more than 110 languages. We're a $3.4 billion public institution, and in a district this large and diverse, clarity and transparency are operational necessities. Tonight, I'm proposing 3 governance improvements that strengthen stability, restore instructional focus, and build public trust. These 3 would be a formal immigration enforcement response policy with crisis communication, a curriculum transparency portal, and a public financial transparency dashboard. Recent immigration enforcement activity has led to student absenteeism, walkouts, classroom disruption, and teacher reports of students in survival mode. GCPS has issued statements, but there's no codified board policy specifically addressing immigration enforcement policy. Uncertainty creates fear, and fear disrupts learning. The solution would be to adapt a formal response policy modeled after DeKalb County's public school district's policy. If we pair the strong policy that we already have in place with structured crisis communication, there would be more clarity. This would essentially include immediate multilingual notification, clear explanation of student rights, and a designated family liaison. This would help reduce panic-driven absenteeism, give staff, parents, and students clear legal guidance, prevent inconsistent responses, and restore instructional stability. This is not about resisting law enforcement, but procedural clarity and operational consistency. GCPS also does not currently offer a centralized public portal where parents can easily view instructional materials. Parents must go out and specifically request said materials. More than 25% of students are multilingual learners, and more than 60% of our students are economically disadvantaged. Access to learning materials outside the classroom matters. If we follow the public curriculum transparency portal similar to Forsyth County and Cherokee County schools, which would include standards and objectives, core textbooks, unit overviews, and supplemental materials, we would be able to support students during their absenteeism, strengthen parent engagement, and reduce misinformation. GCPS operates on a $3.4 billion budget, and the district spends approximately $15,000 per student. If we had a financial transparency dashboard, we would be able to include spending by category, instruction versus administration percentage, school level breakdowns, and vendor construct transparency, with also multi-level trends. These three resolutions would help reduce disruption, strengthen governance, and reinforce.
Thank you. Michael View, and after Michael Wu is Kentrell Johnson.
Good evening, and thank you to the members of the board and Dr. Taylor for having me up here today. Hello, my name is Michael Vu. I'm an 8th grade student at Northbrook Middle School in Suwanee, Georgia. My partner, Terry Kwon from Cobb County, who is unfortunately not here today, and I recently visited the Georgia State Capitol building on February 12, 2026, with the nonprofit organizations Asian Student Alliance and Student for Civics. During the visit, we with other peers were interested in the education and curriculum of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and wanted a curriculum that could represent us AAPIs in Georgia's public school curriculum. I had a personal background to this, because when I reviewed the course offerings at my designated high school, Petrie Ridge High School, I saw all these amazing ethnic studies, but I was shocked to find there were no Pacific course on Asian American history, or even a broader Asian studies. And that upsetted me, because the Atlanta metropolitan area, or Metro Atlanta, specifically Gwinnett, is known for its huge diversity. Therefore, I'm here today to speak to smaller boards to discuss my thoughts and my idea proposal. A lot of people don't realize, but the education of AAPI history or studies has barely been mentioned in the school textbooks. Asian American history is American history. Including it in our curriculum is essential to developing a fuller, more accurate understanding of the past, challenging consistent misconceptions, and recognizing Asian Americans as central, not peripheral, to the nation's story. This would also increase student engagement throughout all of Metro Atlanta. Other ethnic groups have been included in these educations multiple times. For example, there's Spanish literature, Native American studies, European history, African American studies, and there's still many more. This led for us to make a change, and on behalf of Asian Student Alliance, we'd like the high schools in the GCPS area to offer a course or curriculum, possibly as a pilot elective, for AAPI history or studies to students. We do know the county has a course or curriculum ready and approved, but now we would like it offered to the high schools of GCPS. We also respectfully ask if you could support us to expand AAPI-focused courses in high schools across Metro Atlanta to continue on the proposal. We'd really appreciate it. Right now, we are trying to aim for a goal to have the counties near Metro Atlanta to have a course designed for AAPIs by the 2027-2028 school year. If you could, please reply to me back via email at michaelvu7413@gmail.com or to Terry at terry.kwon@gmail.com as soon as possible, but there's no rush, when you have more information or feedback or can support my proposal. Thank you for your time and service to the GCPS board.
Thank you. Kentrell Johnson and then Reginald Johnson.
Excuse me. All right, there you go. Good evening, Chairman, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Kentrell Johnson. I'm a student and student athlete in GCPS and a senior at Archer High School. I'm here to speak about 3 things that directly impact student success: access to athletics, proactive academic support, and consistent classroom expectations. Many student athletes face financial barriers such as fees, equipment, and travel costs, and participation should be based on effort and not not income. So I asked the district to expand fee waivers, create equipment loans, and provide clear cost information before each season. Academically, students often find out they are failing too late, and after-school help is not accessible to everyone. So mid-quarter grade alerts, in-school academic support time, such as advisement, could be used better if implemented correctly. And this will also help student athletes and regular and non-student athletes stay on track for graduation and be eligible for all their athletics. I lost myself. Okay. And before I head out, I want to recognize a friend of mine who lost his life to gun violence and should be graduating with us. I respectfully ask the district to consider a symbolic way to honor the student we have and lost in our community so we can heal. I ask the board to expand athletic financial support, implement proactive academic monitoring, ensure classroom transparency, and consider graduation just help my friend be recognized at graduation. When students feel supported financially, academically, and emotionally, they succeed. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Kentrell. Reginald Johnson.
Good evening, Dr. Therese Johnson Morgan, Dr. Al Taylor, and members of the board. My name is Reginald Johnson. I'm a student at the Gwinnett School of Mathematics, Science, and Technology, and I have been a Gwinnettian since I was born. I'm here today to ask you to pass a safe zone policy that would require enforcing a judicial warrant for all federal agents to enter non-public areas of Gwinnett County schools, and require standard protocols in the district for what happens when federal agents do enter the school. Immigrants make up most of my support network at school, and with around 71% of GSMST either being first or second generation immigrants, it is clear that immigrants make up a large part of our community. I myself am not an immigrant, but it still affects my day-to-day. My friends worry about their parents getting taken, or even hearing horror stories about the mistreatment of American citizens by immigration forces on the news. Every child in America has the right to an education, regardless of what country they're from. We in Gwinnett have the right to safe and non-disruptive learning environment. Our public schools keep our community together. We're all here because we care about the education and the safety of students. Georgia has the 4th highest ICE arrests in the entire country. Overall, fewer than a third of all recorded ICE arrests in Georgia targeted convicted criminals. We know that national attention is already on Georgia, and now the board has the power to make sure kids are still showing up to school and feel safe. I am asking the board to keep in mind the best for Gwinnett County students and schools. This policy is of the utmost importance as Immigration and Customs Enforcement is increasing its presence in not only Georgia, but also in Gwinnett, the 7th most diverse county in the United States. Young people in Gwinnett County need your support to keep us safe. I urge the board to keep the best for our community in mind and to protect this country's beautiful people by passing a safe zone policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Reginald. Thank you to all of our student comments, and now we will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Taylor, do you have any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes to the agenda.
Board members, are there any changes to the agenda? No. Okay. Board members, I have a motion regarding the agenda.
I make a motion to adopt the agenda for the February 19, 2026 business meeting.
Is there a second? Second. And is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Next, we will move on to board recognition. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Chair Dr. Therese. For our first recognition, I call on Patrick Burke, Interim Chief Operations Officer. Mr. Burke.
Good evening, Board Chair, Dr. Therese, board members, and Dr. Taylor. Tonight, I'm pleased to recognize Mr. Ken Yant, the Executive Director of our School Nutrition Program, for the honor of receiving the 2026 FAME Golden Director Award. This award is a prestigious national distinction and is considered the pinnacle of achievement in the K-12 school nutrition industry. FAME stands for Food Service, Achievement, Management, Excellence. FAME Awards honor school nutrition professionals who have made positive and lasting impact in their school district and local communities. Mr. Yant was one of many school nutrition directors nominated for this distinction at the national level. FAME Award nominees are evaluated by a special committee of former FAME Award winners, a School Nutrition Association board member, SNA staff, and select industry partners. Mr. Yant was recognized for his innovative leadership of our school nutrition team and our best-in-class K-12 school nutrition program. Examples of his leadership can be seen in efforts like development and support of farm-to-school initiatives, inclusion of culturally diverse items in student menus, the establishment of a school nutrition menu council, the creation of our School Nutrition Program Manager Advisory Council, which serves to elevate the voices of our school nutrition employees and provide opportunities for dialogue with district leadership. Mr. Yant's commitment to quality and innovation has directly benefited the students and families of Gwinnett County Public Schools, and we are so fortunate to have him as a part of our GCPS family. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Yant to face the audience while we congratulate him on this achievement. Thank you.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Yant, on this national recognition. Your commitment and leadership benefits our students, families, and the community. And we also thank you, Mr. Burke. For our next recognition, I call on Durant Williams, Director of Counseling, College, and Career Services. Mr. Williams.
Chairperson Dr. Johnson Morgan, board members, Dr. Taylor, district leaders, and members of our community. It is an honor to recognize excellence within one of the most vital student support programs in our school. My name is Durant Williams, and I have the privilege of representing our Office of Counseling, College, and Career Services as we highlight the outstanding work happening across Gwinnett County Public Schools. Our school counselors play a critical role in creating safe, supportive, and empowering environments for all students. They guide academic pathways, foster social emotional well-being, and prepare young people for bright futures. Among these dedicated professionals, one school counselor has achieved an extraordinary level of excellence this past year. Tonight, accompanied by her phenomenal principal, Ms. Cindy Moffitt, I am proud to recognize Ms. Shayla Thompson, lead counselor at Alton C. Cruz Middle School, recently named the Georgia School Counselor of the Year by the Georgia School Counselor Association. Ms. Thompson embodies the spirit of service at the heart of school counseling. Her compassionate leadership ensures that all students feel recognized and valued, contributing to strong relationships and deeper sense of community and wellness within the school. Her work reflects the highest standard of profession. She has built comprehensive data-driven systems of support that elevate academic achievement, guide students through career and college exploration, and nurture social-emotional growth in meaningful and measurable ways. This recognition also highlights her deep collaboration with fellow counselors, teachers, families, and administrators. Whether she is developing innovative programs, advocating for student needs, or leading professional development for counselors, Ms. Thompson continually demonstrates what it means to serve with purpose and heart. Her colleagues describe her as inspiring, trusting, and visionary, someone who makes her school stronger through every interaction. In addition to this statewide honor, Ms. Thompson was also named the 2025 Counselor of the Year at Cruz Middle School, the Brookwood Cluster Counselor of the Year, and the 2025 GCPS Middle School Counselor of the Year, reflecting her consistent excellence across every level. On behalf of Gwinnett County Public Schools, we congratulate you, Ms. Thompson, on this extraordinary recognition. We thank you for your unwavering commitment to our students and for the powerful example you set for counselors across our district and across our state. Thank you, Dr. Taylor and the board, for your continued support of our school counseling programs and the opportunity to celebrate such exceptional service. And thank you, Ms. Thompson, for all you do each day to ensure our students thrive. Please help me congratulate Ms. Shayla Thompson on this well-deserved honor.
Congratulations, Ms. Thompson, on this recognition at the state level. Your dedication to our students is admirable. And also thank you, Mr. Williams. Chair Dr. Teresa, I'll turn the program back over to you.
At this time, those who were recognized for their achievements, if they would like, they may quietly leave the room or stay for the remainder of the meeting. We will now move to the consent agenda items for approval. This allows the Board of Education to act on routine items of business as a series. Our first item on the consent agenda is 7.02 purchase orders. This is an informational item and is comprised of a monthly report listing all purchase orders of $2,000 or more. For each item, the following are identified: the vendor, items purchased, destination of the items, budget account, dollar amount, and method of purchase. Board members, are there any questions or comments? The action items on the consent agenda are 7.03, B2303BM Mental Health Services, 7.04, B-2612LM On-Demand Fire Alarm, Fire Sprinkler, and Fire Extinguisher Services, 7.05, RFP-2604KM Tires and Related Equipment, Supplies, and Services, 7.06, approval of minutes for the monthly work session held on January 13, 2026, the monthly business meeting held on January 15, 2026, and the special call meeting held on January 20, 2026. Do I have a motion regarding the items on the consent agenda?
I make a motion that we approve items 7.03 to 7.06 on the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes. So I have a question around consent agenda item 7.03, mental health services. Thank you, Chief Nebel. So when I look at the document that's been provided for us, it is tagged for, so the requesting solicitation department student services, and then the supplier is the Stepping Stones Group. Can you shed light on how these dollars will be used? And by these dollars, it is $3 million.
Stepping Stones is one of our Tier 3 supports that help us address acute counseling needs. We currently have 17 therapists that we contract with from Stepping Stones. This additional $3 million will allow us to hire 4 more. Right? So we use these clinical therapists. Referrals to them are routed through the local school, through our social workers, always done in partnership with families. But through these therapist services, we're able to provide services to kids that our counselors cannot. Right? So our counselors are primarily designed to help kids achieve success in the building. These clinically licensed therapists are able to provide some of those one-on-one services that help children attend with some of the traumas they may face. So they're able to provide services, essentially, Ms. Stone, that our school counselors cannot provide.
Thank you, Chief Nebel. And then I have one follow-up. So you mentioned that some of these counselors, the district has a plan to hire 4 more. So licensed professional counselors to address like trauma-informed. Does the district have a plan for how they will or where they will allocate the 4 new counselors?
So, well, and remember too, there's 17 other ones, right? These are 4 additional to that. So they're almost used like on-demand type way, right? So requests for their services are routed from the local school through our social workers to them, and then they meet kind of kids' needs where those needs are, wherever they're located. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on one of our items on the consent agenda, the Lockstep Technology Group purchase against the contract for a little under $2 million. If you can share a little context there, software.
Good evening. This is a PO that's written against a consent agenda item that was approved at last month's board meeting for our Palo Alto Networks next generation firewalls. Those firewalls, approval of that authorized an enterprise license and support agreement which provides advanced cybersecurity protections, DNS security, URL filtering, and it also included premium support to maintain operational resilience, compliance, and increase our security posture.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Spoto.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Therese. At this time, we will have Chief Human Resources Officer Kathy Harden provide an update for staff reports. Chief Harden.
Good evening, Chairperson Dr. Johnson Morgan, board members, and Dr. Taylor. The HR team and I are pleased to present the Human Resources Report for the month of February. Okay, how am I advancing this? Where's Michael? Never mind. Okay. Our teacher vacancies. We currently have 255 vacant teaching positions for 26-27 school year. For comparison, last year at this time, we had 331 teacher vacancies posted. Therefore, we've reduced vacancies by almost 25% in comparison to last year's data. You can also see the 24-25 data, so you can see the continuous reduction in the number of vacancies at this point in time of the year. This slide reflects our current paraprofessional vacancies for 26-27 school year, shown alongside the same trend data as the teacher vacancies, both the year-to-date pattern and the 2-year trend for the month of February. We currently have 76 vacant paraprofessional positions for the 26-27 school year. This slide shows the data regarding new teacher hires so far for the 26-27 school year. 172 total new teachers hired for the 26-27 school year. 34 of these new hires are from the advanced hiring provided to certain schools in January based on historical summer vacancies, teacher retention rates, and teacher certification. The data from our substitute staffing team continues to show positive outcomes for the 25-26 school year. As you requested, we have included historical substitute staffing data on this slide, and you can see the year-over-year increase in our fill rates. We're pleased to announce that we held our signature recruiting event February 7th. We had 714 candidates attend the 2026 GCPS teacher hiring event on February 7th, our signature event at the Instructional Support Center. 65 GCPS schools attended the fair to recruit and hire for their vacancies for the 26-27 school year. Candidates had an opportunity to interact with school leaders during our open fair, as well as our scheduled interview times. 71 offers were made at the hiring event on the spot. The recruitment team will also host an additional event on March 26th at Coolray Field. This concludes the HR report, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the report, Chief Hardin. If we can go back to the paraprofessional vacancy report slide, just a quick question there for you. I appreciate the historical context being provided here and wondered, is there, as we're looking at the paraprofessional non-title school totals, we see that in 2024, we had about 26 vacancies. It spiked last year to 65, and this year we're at 34. Is there any context you can share as to the spike? Are we finding that we're having a difficult time securing paraprofessionals?
Paraprofessional is one of the more difficult positions to fill, especially at a particular time of the year. Based on the salary and how salaries are prorated as you get further into the school year, the pay obviously decreases. And so at some point, it becomes very difficult to hire for those positions. And we actually stop hiring for paraprofessionals at a particular time of the year because payroll deductions, insurance, and things of that nature end up being kind of level with what the person would receive in compensation. And so it is one of the more difficult positions to hire for that specific reason. But we are always working to improve on our pipeline, which is why you're seeing the increased fill rates for those.
And that's where my mind was headed, was around the pay. And I believe the district is implementing a pay study, a pay parity study. Are we looking into the paraprofessional pay? Is there any information you can share there around if our pay is on par with the surrounding other school districts in the surrounding area? Any insight you can provide there?
Without speaking out of turn, I would say that we are making a recommendation to address pay inequity for paraprofessionals in the study return.
Well, that's great to hear. We
So
certainly
you'll hear more in the
appreciate our
budget.
staff and
Yes.
want to support them as best we can financially, as well as when we think about mental health. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I have a question about the teacher vacancy report, and we have about Title I schools, 161 on your first slide. Can you give some more context around the high number of vacancies, in particular around the Title I schools? I also see that the trend is going downward, which is good, but I also understand that sometimes there's attrition and retention issues related to that. Can you share?
You know, at this time of year, we're actually not hiring for the current school year. So these are vacancies for next school year based on the allotments that came out. In addition, some of this is due to just attrition and movement from building to building. So we go through the allotment process, and the transfer window is opened up. So it's a combination of movement between buildings as well as attrition.
Can you give some insight on any particular schools have more attrition than others, and what are we doing around addressing any movement related to that?
I can't give you any particulars off the top of my head by building. We can provide you some data around building specifics in your report this weekend. But we are seeing that Title I schools, as usual, always have a higher attrition rate than the non-title schools.
So my wondering there is if there's a particular building that we need to address, and we see that there's a trend around high attrition, how are we navigating that and providing supports for our administrators in that area?
So we do have some programs that we have stood up in our employee Experience Office, and I'll ask Dr. Mosley if he'd come up and speak to some of the work that we're doing with that program.
Thank you.
Good evening. So to answer your question, thank you for that. We specifically reach out to schools who have higher attrition rates and also schools that may have experienced a higher transition in the transfer portal, the transfer period. And we specifically reach out to partner with principals on our 5 core workplace practices to identify areas where they may need additional support from us. And so we work with them to make sure that that's provided so that teachers feel that they have a voice, that they have professional development opportunities and are getting the feedback and support that they need to be successful.
So my wondering is, we have a list of promise schools that's identified by the governor, and I wonder if we are seeing that most of the attrition is maybe happening in that school, in those schools. And I know we have some plans around addressing improvements there. I just want to, I'm just curious about those 16 schools and just really the correlation related to attrition and academic performance, which of course is apparent.
Yeah, there is a direct correlation that we're seeing with attrition with those promise schools. The work that Dr. Mosley and his team are doing are some of the work that we're doing around that. The early hiring is also one of the efforts that we've put in place to ensure that those promise schools have the opportunity to get ahead of the open hiring so that they can recruit those certified teachers. You know, we've talked about the disparity in certified versus provisionally certified teachers. And so that early hiring does allow for us to address some of those schools sooner than the entire district. So, you know, there's competition inside of the district as well as outside of the district. But those schools get an advantage to be able to start hiring sooner than the remainder of the district.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Mosley. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Well, board members, you have heard the monthly Human Resources report this afternoon in executive session that included a list of all employees being hired, taking a leave of absence, and terminating employment. I would like to call to your attention the leadership appointments that were discussed in executive session and are being recommended to you for approval, along with other personnel mentioned during executive session. I'm recommending Dr. Christopher Carter for the position of Executive Director of Employee Relations and Compliance in the Division of Human Resources, with an effective date of February 20th, 2026. Keisha Jackson for the position of Principal at Britt Elementary School with an effective date of April 1st, 2026. And Chad Charnlap for the position of Principal at Pinckneyville Middle School with an effective date of April 1st, 2026. Chair Dr. Therese, I recommend approval of the monthly Human Resources report.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding the monthly Human Resources report?
I make a motion to approve the monthly Human Resources report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous.
At this time, we will have Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Anna Mallett, provide the monthly financial update. Chief Mallett.
Sorry about that. How did that get up there?
I'll go ahead and begin. Good evening, Chairperson Dr. Therese, members of the board. Good evening, Chairperson Dr. Therese, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Taylor. I'm pleased to present the General Fund Financial Report for the period ending December 31st, 2025, which represents the 6th month in the General Fund Monthly Report for fiscal year 26. This is also, as you know, halfway through our school year, so halfway through the first semester. Total revenues through December are approximately $1.65 billion, which is marginally below budget, about 0.25% actually. Local revenues continue to increase, and it's of course now about $1.1 billion, coming in at about 1.19% below budget. The majority of property taxes, as you know, came in November. We saw a little bit more in December, and of course we'll continue to see collections coming, but of course a lot less during the next 6 months. We've collected about 94% of the levy to date, and approximately 1.04 of the 1.1 billion dollars. As a reminder, local revenues also include investment income and indirect cost revenue, so it's not all just property taxes. State revenue is also up, totaling about $532.4 million, which is about 1.76 above budget. Federal revenues in general fund, these of course primary, your ROTC grants, those are up 23.73% above budget. We'll continue, of course, to monitor the revenues, particularly property taxes, making sure that we're going to collect 100%. And of course, we do expect to see that continue through the rest of the year. Looking through now to expenditures, salaries and benefits are approximately 7% below budget through December. Non-salary expenses, again, are well below budget as well. Our instructional services, really and truly, and we talked earlier, I think a gentleman brought up our dashboards. I just want to assure you that those dashboards are coming, so it's something that we will have up in the near future. But within the context of our monthly reports, we do have information that shows breakdown by function, fund, and so you'd see instructional expenditures. Again, on this report for the general fund, it's about 81% of the actual expenditures. And then our fund balance, of course, now continues to strengthen again as property taxes are back in. This, of course, will continue to fluctuate through the rest of the fiscal year. As we know, revenues are seasonal. There's a lot of seasonality. So overall, this year, our general fund remains stable. And that concludes my report. Keep in mind, next month is the first of our official FY27 budget kickoff, your first work session with the board, so we're looking forward to that. And looking forward to this development for the FY27 budget with you. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Board members, are there any questions, comments? Thank you.
Item 8.02 is the monthly financial report as of December 31st, 2025. The reports are from the financial records kept at the central office and do not include local school financial records that reflect receipts and disbursements at each school. It also includes a copy of our sales tax receipts for SPLOST 6. I recommend approval of the monthly financial report.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding the monthly financial report?
I make a motion to approve the December 31, 2025 monthly financial report.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous.
So at this time, we will have Interim Chief Operations Officer Patrick Burke provide an update on the 2022 through 2027 building program and construction report. Mr. Burke.
Good afternoon, Board, Dr. Therese, board members, and Dr. Taylor. I'm going to act like that little orange piece isn't there. That was meant to be there. Thank you for this opportunity to present updated information regarding our current capital plan. It provides me also an opportunity to highlight the good work of our facilities and construction staff under the leadership of John Hodgson, Executive Director, and our grounds team led by Mr. Rager. As the board is aware, we post a monthly construction and building report. And over the past year, we've expanded that report to include all construction projects that the board approves, so all of those individual projects. Given we're in the last year of our current capital plan and the summer is rapidly approaching, we thought this might be a good opportunity to provide a quick update regarding these projects, as well as some other projects that are going on in programs within the capital plan. Like CTAE, athletics, carpet replacement, as well as projects that are still pending board approval. We'll begin with an update of construction of our new construction, starting with our new middle school, and we'll go into our active addition projects. It's worth noting all of these projects were included in the resolution calling for the eSPLOST referendum in 2020. So these are all related to that program. I'll begin with Mary Kay Murphy That project remains on track for substantial completion in May of 2026. The building's organized really in two sections. There's a one-story section that includes most of the common areas, the core facilities, and then the three-story addition or three-story component of that is our classroom wing. The three-story classroom wing of the facility, finish work continues on there in that space. Flooring's been installed, doors are being installed, walls are ready for final coats of paint. Ceiling tiles will go in once testing is complete on all above ceiling MEP all MEP work. MEP is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work. In the single-story section of the building, flooring has been installed in all corridors, common spaces, and the gym. Finishes are on the way in the cafeteria and media center. At our Harbins addition, this work also remains on track for substantial completion in May 26. Despite weather and cold temperatures in January, approximately 85% of the brick veneer is complete. Interior progress is tracking on schedule. MEP work is ongoing. Our water source heat pumps, flex duct supports, supply grills, all installed and protected. Lights and fire alarms, along with data cabling, are being installed in the hallways. Mechanical room tie-ins are also being completed. At Shiloh Middle School, this addition 2 is tracking on schedule. This school is scheduled to open in August of 2027 with substantial completion in May of 2027. Project includes 8 additional classrooms and renovations to relocate 18 science classrooms within the building and planned interior renovations and HVAC replacements. The HVAC replacement and interior renovations were initially going to be separate projects, but we combined all of these into a single project so we could sort of attack everything at one time. Job site trailer is installed. Site work's been ongoing, including relocation and addition of underground piping, as well as grading to prep the building pad for the new addition. Most work throughout the remainder of this year until the summer will be focused on the addition, and then interior work will start in the summer of 2026. That will require two summers worth of work, so it won't be done in 1 year. The GSMST high school addition, or high school GSMST auditorium and fourth floor build-out has kicked off with a lot of preliminary work being conducted this month. Planning and submittals are underway for installation of a buck hoist on the exterior of the building. That's going to allow materials to be safely lifted to the fourth floor for the ongoing build-out of that part of the building. That is phase 1. Temporary fencing and gates have been installed. Laydown areas for the construction team have also been identified and coordinated with school administration. And submittals and shop drawings are progressing with a focus on addressing really the long lead items in that first phase on that top floor. Once that first floor part of the project is complete, we'll begin work on the auditorium addition. That is also on schedule for substantial completion in May 2024. Berkmar High School cafeteria renovation is a project that was done over the summer in 2025. A little bit of that work went into the school year, but you'll notice on this month's report, it's listed as punch list. That will move to closeout next month. Okay. Closeout continues on summer 2025 projects for roofing and HVAC. All summer 26 HVAC and roofing projects have been awarded. You may notice that Sweetwater Middle School appears both in the closeout of 25 and scheduled for 26 projects. Board may remember we prioritize all our projects based on age and condition of the facility. These are the unit of analysis for that prioritization is what's called state building. And you may remember from the May presentation we gave, that is the original school in every building addition. That represents the state buildings of a school. So if you have an original school and 3 additions, it has 4 state buildings. And Sweetwater, we're just replacing another section of the roofing at that school. Carpet replacement and flooring, of course, these are projects listed to be scheduled through the summer of this year. These two are prioritized by state building. Some of the projects listed here are not complete replacements. It just depends on what section of the building is being replaced and how many additions within that building. CTAE replacements. We mentioned several of the new construction projects. We do have CTAE additions to labs and those new spaces, obviously. In addition to that, we have 5 CTAE projects. These are largely projects that reconfigure the existing space at the school. There are 2 at Norcross High School. I'm going to have to go slowly with this. One is the Audio Video Technology and Film Lab, AVTF lab, and the other is a marketing lab. Paul Duke has an information tech lab. South Gwinnett also has a AVTF lab, and Summer Middle School has a computer lab planned. Athletics, Meadow Creek is scheduled for LED lighting at the track and field location. That work is actually progressing as we speak, scheduled to begin in March of 2026, but material are already arriving to the site. Improvements are planned for 2 middle school fields, one at Duluth Middle and the other at Tequila. This is very much a partnership with our athletics team and our school improvement and operations. There's also a good bit of partnership with our foundation and our grants department on some of this work. This work will continue in the next capital plan as we continue to expand middle school opportunities for to align to the new middle school sports program. Track resurfacing at Shiloh and Mill Creek High Schools are scheduled as well this year. There is a general renovation of the girls' field house at Tequila High School. This is in progress. It is largely reconfiguration of that existing space. Mechanical equipment is currently being replaced. We've got plumbing work and some drywall work going into that. A new field house and expanding parking are planned for South Gwinnett High School. This one will require board approval, and there'll be a bid process. The field house at South Gwinnett's been a part of the program for some time. The current program, we've been studying that for quite a while. We've done some recent revisions to those studies and have come to the conclusion that the best solution moving forward really is the construction of a new field house. And we're going to take the opportunity to expand parking at that. They have a fairly large practice field, so we're going to take the opportunity to expand parking at that location. It is the only field house that does not meet standard square footage in the district, so that's why it was included in the current capital plan. We've heard from our committee regarding 2 other concerns at South Gwinnett. First, a request to create an entrance in the back of the school related to parent drop-off. And second, we've heard concerns about the recently placed trailers at that school location. The staff has studied concepts around that back entrance, several different concepts around that back entrance, and has yet to find a resolution that really significantly addresses the significant challenges of trying to locate it there. There's some utilities that run through parts of the building, which would be the natural location of those. But we're not giving up. We're going to continue to work with our safety and security team to look for options at that location. There is a request regarding a classroom addition due to the placement of the trailers. This topic will really be more addressed in our presentations in March and April as we continue to find resolutions for overcrowding throughout GCPS. As the board is aware, based upon constraints of projected East Loss revenue, and the significant capital needs of our district, we were required really to prioritize all projects, but school additions and reconfigurations included in the Capital Plan 2031 that was recently funded by the East Bloss in November. South Gwinnett does not currently meet the same criteria as our high priority schools identified in that program based upon enrollment, projected growth, and overcrowding. We're committed, though, to find solutions to address the use of trailers for daily instruction in all GCPS schools. Infrastructure and outdoor facilities. Paving projects were brought to the board, will be brought to the board in April. We'll be going out to bid for those here fairly soon. And then the board may recall we had an outdoor assessment. We provided some information to the board sort of as a midpoint in that study. That work continues. I did want to highlight that many of these projects many of the items identified in that list have either been addressed or will be addressed prior to the summer of 2026. So stay tuned. We'll have more information. We are preparing a detailed list of actions and recommendations for each item in that outdoor review. Some examples of fixes that are planned between now and summer 26. We will be addressing a fencing issue at Grayson Elementary School. There was a crack issue at the hardscape at Bethesda Elementary School. Norcross Elementary School does not have a hardscape surface, which is our specification. We're placing one this summer as part of the current capital plan. And we will be relocating Centerville Elementary School playgrounds, Centerville Elementary playground during the summer of 2026. That was already in the next capital plan, but we have sufficient funding in our infrastructure budget to address that now. And with that, Dr. Taylor, I stand ready for any questions. Oh, I do have, I'm sorry, Dr. Trees. Next steps, let me hit that real quick, I'm so sorry. March 2026, we've got 2 more presentations coming up. First, we will open the budget work session in March with a quick review of enrollment trends, and we're going to include in that sort of capacity analysis and potential regional trends or regional expectations around future redistricting. And then in April, we will receive our first annual capital plan 2031 update. That'll have several sections in it. Facilities and operations will speak. We'll talk about the schedules of our, what I call our big rocks, the additions, renovations type projects, as well as other projects planned for that fiscal year. Technology will be a part of that presentation, and then there will be a capital budget finance overview part. Projects and programs we've discussed this evening are already in our OpenGov system. So we keep that as our way of touching our community and being transparent throughout this entire process. And now I stand ready for any questions you may have. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Burke, and I continue to commend you for the transparency and sharing with the community the capital plan, for creating the website that our stakeholders can now visit to continue to be updated and informed on our progress. If we could go back to the slide around athletics, just wanted to follow up there. First, on the asterisk that states procured through purchase property management, can you provide some additional context? What is meant by that asterisk?
Yes, I appreciate that question. Thank you, Dr. Simmons. F&O's role in the construction role really is fairly limited on these type of projects to new weight room equipment and flooring. We go in and demo out the old rubber flooring. If we find cracks underneath that surface due to weights dropping over time, we'll repair the concrete underneath. But that work's largely done through through our purchasing and property management team.
Thank you so much. Also, I'm excited to see that South Gwinnett High School will be potentially receiving a new field house and expanded parking, but I think you mentioned something about a board vote. Can you elaborate?
Yes, it'll exceed the $1 million threshold, so we'll have to bring it as a bid. We'll have to go through a process. Again, we've tried everything at that existing field house. At some point, it gets to a point where the right decision is a new facility, and that's where we sort of make that recommendation to move forward. It does require us to do a little bit more design work, site work on study and detention and those sorts of things. We have to get DOE approval, and then we'll be ready to bid it and then award it to the board, through the board.
Well, I do appreciate the facilities audit that the district implemented, which helped to I guess, reveal that the square footage of the field house did not meet specs, current specs. So I appreciate the work done there and the commitment to equity and working to bring it up to expectations, that field house. I don't know if people have visited South Gwinnett, but the parking situation, it is a bit much. I've been there at the start of the school day and had to walk quite a bit of ways across a busy road to get to the front door, which is still difficult to get to, and I hear that the district will continue to revisit that. But I do want to express the gratitude in addressing both the new field house and the expanded parking, which will support safety and more convenience for our staff and our teachers and our parents that attend and go to that facility each and every day. So thank you. And again, I continue to really appreciate the transparency around how our dollars are actually going to work for schools across the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your question, for your presentation. Really quickly, just want to highlight the Capital 2031 update. I am looking forward to that update in April, just to remind folks that the Capital Plan 2031, through the support of our community back in November, the plan specifically for District 1 is new school additions or reconfigurations for Starling Elementary, Tripp Elementary, Bay Creek Middle, and Grayson High School. So I look forward to that update in April of 2026. I was also very curious, I know some of the discussion has been around redistricting, overcrowding regarding capacity analysis and possible future redistricting. And I'm going back to I'm just curious, slide 3, the GSMST High School is getting a 4th floor build out. Wondering, is this an option for some of our other schools, particularly high schools that are facing overcrowding?
The program's really, we'll talk more about it in April, but you'll recall from the May presentation, we had to prioritize the highest need projects. You mentioned several of them, and those really are the focus of this capital plan. If we're able to complete all the projects and we have excess resources, of course, we can come back and look at additional needs in the district. The 4th floor build out here is worth mentioning. That's really to create a space for where the theater multi-purpose building is going. We're going to tear down the oldest part of that campus, the old Benefield classrooms. Those functions get moved to the 4th floor, which is already built. We're just basically completing it. And that'll create the space on that very tight site for what we promised our taxpayers back in 2020.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the 4th floor build out is a result of that 4th floor is already there, and you're just building it out. And I wanted to reiterate that because I know we talked about at South Gwinnett High School, one way to address overcrowding, could we possibly add an addition on top of the building? And the response was no, and you all provided reasons as to why. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear that the 4th floor has already been constructed, you're just building it out. Is that correct?
That is correct. This
Thank
is
you.
very similar to our Central Gwinnett High School project that was recently completed. Same thing, it was shelled out during initial construction. And then just like that, this project, we put a buck hoist next to the building to bring the material up to finish it out.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. I also want to share that our policy committee, we are working on a facilities policy. And I want to thank you for your leadership, you and your team around that. This is a project that community members are engaging in our school system and working on a strong, robust facilities policy. And I want to support that and communicate to the community that this is work that's already existing around improving our processes and how we prioritize our updates and invest in facilities improvements. Also, the continuous study that we are at the midpoint in, that is analyzing all of our schools and determining where the need is. That also includes the age of facility, but the priority around the need. So I want to uplift that and thank you all for the continuous work you are doing around continuous improvement for our facilities.
Thank you.
Included in this evening's superintendent reports are the results of our most recent annual comprehensive financial audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. I want to highlight this item given the critical importance of maintaining a strong financial foundation to support the effective operations of our district. We value the community's ongoing engagement and understanding our financial practices, and I want to ensure you all are fully informed about the external audits conducted each year, what they entail, and how they reinforce trust and accountability for our district, our community, and of course, our stakeholders. The annual comprehensive financial audit is an in-depth, independent examination of the district's financial statements and financial management practices. Conducted by Malden & Jenkins, LLC, this audit evaluates the accuracy of our financial records and verifies compliance with federal, state, and local requirements, as well as our own internal policies and controls. Key components of the audit include an examination of financial statements, which include a detailed review of the district's financial statements to determine whether they are accurately present our financial position, assessment of our internal controls, which is an evaluation of the district's internal control systems, processes designed to protect assets, ensure accurate reporting, and prevent or detect fraud or misuse of funds, and compliance testing, which is an assessment of the district's adherence to federal, state, and local regulations, as well as Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB, requirements. At the conclusion of the audit, the independent auditors provide a formal report summarizing their findings and offering recommendations, if any. This report is shared with the Board of Education and filed with the Georgia Department of Audits, the Georgia Department of Education, federal agencies, and other required external entities. It is an essential instrument for ensuring transparency, accountability, and public confidence. For the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, I'm pleased to announce that the district received no findings. This clean audit once again affirms our more than 30 years of strong financial management, operational excellence, and sound reporting practices. The report also includes recognition of the district's Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting, which is awarded by the Association of School Business Officials International, an honor granted to school districts that demonstrate the highest standards of financial reporting and transparency. If additional information is needed, our Chief Financial Officer, Masana Mallard, and the Finance Division staff are available to provide further details. Okay. The SPLOST 6 audit has been completed by MGT of America Incorporated. The audit focused on evaluating the goals of SPLOST 6 program and determining the extent to which the program is meeting expectations for the effective, efficient, and economical use of voter-approved sales tax funds. The scope of this audit included a comprehensive review of SPLOST 6 operations for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. There were no findings in this audit. This clean result affirms the district's continued commitment to strong stewardship of eSPLOST resources and the responsible management of capital improvement funds. You may also recall that on November 4th, 2025, voters approved the continuation of eSPLOST under SPLOST 7, which is scheduled to begin in October 2026. This program will also require an annual audit when it begins through the end of the program.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. I just want to, again, applaud our team. Anytime you have an external audit that goes to the depth that these audits go through and have zero findings is amazing. It's just in many ways unheard of. But that's the dedication that we've had continuously. And I want to stress, it's an external audit. This isn't us looking at us. Someone else coming in and looking at how we do it, and what is represented in those reports. And so hats off again to another great year from our financial team.
Thank you for that, and I agree completely. Ready for the next item? The board annually adopts a calendar of critical activities and dates that comprise the budget development cycle for the coming fiscal year. To align with the board's new monthly meeting dates, the March 19th, 2026 budget work session date has been changed to March 18th, 2026. I recommend approval of the revised fiscal year 2027 budget calendar.
Board members, do I have a motion to your budget development?
I make a motion to approve the revised FY 2027 budget development calendar.
By law, matters related to student discipline appeals, expulsions, and/or petitions for readmission must be discussed in executive or closed session. Georgia law further requires board members to affirm in the public business meeting the action taken in the executive session. The first item of business under student discipline is the monthly tribunal summary. Board members, do I have a motion regarding the monthly tribunal summary as presented in executive session?
I make a motion to affirm the action taken in executive session regarding the monthly tribunal summary.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Board members, do I have a motion regarding student discipline appeals as presented in executive session?
I make a motion to affirm the action taken in executive session regarding the student discipline appeals.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Simmons. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Dr. Taylor, old business?
During the January business meeting, the board approved the motion for policy BAAB, academic accountability, to remain on the table to provide additional opportunity for constituent feedback. Revisions were made, and the final version is being brought forward tonight for approval. I recommend that the above policy with revisions be adopted.
Board members, you heard Dr. Taylor's recommendation. I need a motion for action.
I make a motion to approve the proposed revisions to policy BAAB, academic accountability.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
I would just like to uplift the feedback shared yesterday in our work session around the district considering providing more in-depth information on how our most at-risk schools are being supported, the schools with the most challenges, the schools that are on the promised schools list, the schools that are identified as being in the lowest quartile of the state according to performance. The policy does not provide that level of detail, and I understand we typically want to be high level with our policies, but as a board member, I am advocating for some additional documentation to support how our schools with the most needs are being provided, those additional resources and supports, how we can continue to educate our community on how we are providing equitable resources to address the needs of the staff, the teachers, the leaders, and the students, and the parents in those schools.
So part of the revision to this policy included scratching the words world-class, and I struggle with this because we have always been known as a system of world-class schools, and on the second page, there were a lot of scratches of these terms, although there was one instance where it was left in. So I'm wondering if we truly intended to do that. And this is where academic accountability comes to the surface, and I want it to be world-class and be held accountable for our actions. So, again, I don't know if that was intended to leave it in there, or if we truly want to scratch this intended use of the words world-class in this policy.
Are you saying that it was already in the second paragraph? So it's mentioned
Second
once?
page, it's been scratched, but it was further down. It was left in the verbiage, even though it was scratched out in several other sections of the policy.
So I wonder if it was because it was already mentioned, and maybe there was a duplication there, and they. Yes.
So yeah, I don't understand why the district scratched out
Mr. Gomez, can you
multiple versions and instances of the word in the policy, but yet left it in. Performance expectations shall remain rigorous and world-class while implementing strategies shall be adaptive. So it was, was that a miss or was that intended?
I'm not sure that I can answer that right now, Mr. Gasper. I would have to work with the team that provided that specific feedback. But as always, you can also vote in a policy with a condition. So for example, if the board as a whole tonight wants to put the words world-class back, you can still approve the policy with the condition the staff revise that section.
I noticed that too, Mr. Gasper, as I was reviewing the policy. There is another instance of world-class that's still in the policy on page 1. So it's there in 2 instances. And so when I saw both instances together, I thought, well, maybe it was intentional. But I don't know if you saw that other instance too. But I did wonder, because we did remove it in so many other places, but I did see it remained in two places there. And so I thought, well, maybe it was intentional.
That's what I thought too.
I mean, I'm of the belief, you know, we've always been known as a system of world-class schools for as long as I've known GCPS. I don't know if the board has an opinion on leaving it in there or completely removing it.
I mean, the words are still there, I think twice in the policy, if I'm not mistaken, they're there. And so I thought it was an intentional edit because we do have it mentioned twice in the policy. So I also want to support Dr. Simmons's request around the additions and with the specificity as discussed yesterday in our work session. And just want to uplift that, but any other discussion or comments around that?
Oh, I would just like to add, I appreciate the district. We've been working on this for a while now, thinking about the metrics. So one of the things we were looking at this language of some, many, and most students or most schools. And so we were able to add metrics to kind of monitor and ensure that it's more objective than subjective. So I appreciate the district's work in kind of quantifying what some, many, and most would look like.
Great. And this policy also was an update, and the impetus of updating this policy was really because of alignment with existing procedures. And so we do know that some of the existing procedures do provide additional supports for schools who are at high need, and codifying it in policy is certainly important as it allows the board to be able to really hold accountable and do the work that we do as policymakers and as board members leading in that process. And I do appreciate the level of detail we have and support, again, the discussion we had yesterday, in particular, in Dr. Simmons' specific comments around including that level of detail that we already are doing with the additional supports for those at-promise schools, and continue to make sure we have that level of detail there for the accountability. So thank you for that. And board members, do I have a motion regarding this policy for action?
Does
we're
the
in
board have
discussion.
any objection to amend, or the board member that made the motion have any objection to amending it to including world class back in the policy?
We can.
I guess the member that made the motion.
Who made the motion?
I'm willing to amend my motion, but I need to know exactly what it is that we're amending it to, just for the district to look into it, because the way I read it, we still have world class. We're just specifically defining it based upon our performance expectations, as opposed to the words world class and then a description around what world class means. So,
I think this is really a decision of our board. You made the motion. I think we can go forward with the vote unless you want to change your motion, and that's up to you, and then we can still go forward with the vote.
All right. Let me see what I said. Okay, let me amend my motion to approve the proposed revisions to policy BAAB, academic accountability, and to direct the policy department, policy division, Mr. Gomez, to look into including world class in a more prominent way as we adopt the new performance standards defining world class. And did you have? Oh, and the level of detail around describing what services are provided to the categories of schools.
Good job.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Is that okay? Mr. Gomez, are you clear on the motion?
I think I am, but I also have a set of partners behind me. If I'm not clear, I'm sure they are, so we will get to work on that.
Hey, y'all clear over there? All right, is there a second? Okay, it's on record. Okay, is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous, thank you.
All right. Board members, in this month's work session, information was presented regarding our recent instructional resources review, as well as adoption recommendations for your consideration. In compliance with Gwinnett County Public Schools Policy IFAA, the instructional resources review was conducted for the sex education unit of study in the district's health courses. I recommend adoption of the instructional resources for the sex education unit of study in the district's health courses.
Do I have a motion regarding the instructional resource adoption?
I make a motion to adopt the instructional resources sex education unit of study in the district's health courses.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
Yes. You got something first?
Go for it.
You sure? All right. So let me turn that on. So we did have a lot of discussion. I wrote out some remarks, so I'm not rambling all over the place. But I did want to hand to my colleagues some resources in graph form, and then I'll describe what I'm giving out. There's 3 versions there. Dr. Taylor, for some reason, I missed one of the charts for you and me, so the Georgia Department of Education State Superintendent Richard Wood stated that Gwinnett's Choosing the Best is better aligned than Health Smart with state standards and law, including State Board of Education rule. Since implementing Choosing the Best, Gwinnett has achieved a 75% reduction in teen pregnancy and teen STI rates in the county that are consistently lower than most of Metro Atlanta and Georgia. Comparison, what I handed my colleagues, if you can see this, is the last 20 years in terms of reduction of teen pregnancy from 30 down to an average of 7. The other 2 charts that I gave them are similar to this. This one happens to be STD rates. I also gave them a comparison for teen pregnancy rates. And what you'll find is that Gwinnett is the lowest line on this entire chart, and all the other counties that are highlighted here engage in comprehensive sex education. So they all have worse results, meaning our kids engaging in at-risk behavior are experiencing a reduction in safety. So in 2024, and I want to also go back to what we started our meeting with, which is our core value. Core values around evidence-based and data. 2024, Choosing the Best is on the federal evidence-based list of teen pregnancy prevention programs shown to reduce teen sex by 25%. HealthSmart has no peer-reviewed evidence to show that it works and is not on any federal evidence-based list. Choosing the Best uses over 450 Georgia schools in 7 of the top 10 Georgia school districts and has worked with over 6 million teens across the country, the majority here in Georgia. I also would like to add, too, for my colleagues to remember something I said yesterday. Dougherty County is on here. They tend to have the worst results in their ETR curriculum that they've used. So they just recently switched to Choosing the Best because their results were up here, our results were down here. HealthSmart has been overwhelmingly rejected by the Gwinnett public in 2 separate public reviews. The first review resulted in 90% of Gwinnett parents and community who took part in the review chose Choosing the Best and opposed HealthSmart for every grade level, including elementary, middle, and high. The second review saw Choosing the Best receive more votes to adopt than all the other programs combined. The Instructional Review Committee also voted Choosing the Best as one of the top 2 and 3 programs. The only place where Choosing the Best was rejected was the Cheat Committee. When asked about who was on the committee, all we have are initials. There's no list of who actually served on the committee. Then we also know, however, the process was overseen with comments to the Cheat Committee stated Choosing the Best did not have Spanish. It does. Choosing the Best is not proven to work. It is. Evidence-based. Choosing the Best is abstinence only. It's not. It's comprehensive in its description of the sexual process. Choosing the Best is not free of bias, as was said. Choosing the Best does not have reproductive health. And even Choosing the Best cannot be customized. All of these statements are untrue and can bias any committee, especially a committee that's looking at 7 different curricula in 400 minutes. All they had were 400 minutes. One Choosing the Best program alone is 480 minutes long, so how are they going to review? There's no way anyone on the committee spent the time to evaluate, especially after these statements were made. Maybe this is why there have been so many misstatements spread about Choosing the Best. So let me conclude with this. Choosing the Best provides a strong, medically accurate, and inclusive message about the benefits of delaying sexual activity while also covering the following critical topics: goal setting and decision making, healthy versus unhealthy relationships, friendship and romantic, risks of emotional consequences, teen pregnancy, and STIs. Again, we've outperformed those who have taken on comprehensive sex ed with details and specific facts. Contraceptive education, including detailed efficacy, failure rates, demonstrating that sexual delay is always a teen's healthiest choice. Sexual violence prevention, including consent and human trafficking, which my colleague brought up yesterday. Refusal skills, setting boundaries, effective communication, and being assertive. The adoption of Health Smart, which has no evidence to decrease STIs or pregnancies, would represent a radical and dangerous shift in approach, jeopardizing the health of Gwinnett students and families. The last data I want to share is that there's a success sequence out there. If you graduate high school, get a job, and delay family formation, you have a less than 2% chance of living at or below the poverty level. You get that out of order, you have a 6 in 10 chance of living at or below the poverty level. I appeal to my colleagues to ask our district to go back to the drawing board and to relook at this. Because if we truly are an evidence-based, data-driven district, the decision we're making here tonight doesn't fit that in one way whatsoever.
Now, I too support a lot of what my colleague, Mr. Knudsen, said tonight. And for the last 10 years, he presented data in this, on the charts that he showed, that showed significantly lower STD rates of our 15 to 17-year-old high school students in the population as compared to Chatham County, Clark County, DeKalb County, Dougherty counties. I don't have to reiterate those numbers again. And it's why. It's because we had Choosing the Best in place. And I had fellow colleagues yesterday during our work session that read data over the last couple years that showed our numbers were still low. And why? Because we still have Choosing the Best in place. So why then are we replacing Choosing the Best with Health Smart, which has shown these other districts that had incorporated Health Smart had significantly higher rates of students with STDs? It's very simple, because it's truly not abstinence-based. And so this is what I struggle with, and the curriculum that was shown to us misses the mark. The surveys that were presented to us also were skewed. Teacher surveys, we had well over 100 teachers. We only got 12 responses back. The community spoke. The community wants Choosing the Best. We have over 24 emails in the My School Board inbox. Every single one of them is for Choosing the Best. Not a single email came through in support of Health Smart. To me, that speaks volumes. And, you know, looking at the curriculum of Health Smart and very specifically what is out there for our 5th grade students, for teachers to teach them about gender identity and gender ideology, when 5th graders should be focused on what character they should pick in their video games and not worrying about gender ideology. Where I came from, there were only two genders, a man and a woman. So this is what I personally have struggles with. Our middle and high school curriculum for Health Smart that is being proposed tonight do not use the words girl, women, female, or men, male, boys. They don't. They use the words body with a vagina and a body with a penis. And I apologize for my words, but this is straight from the curriculum. Straight from the curriculum. So this is what's being proposed tonight by approving this curriculum. And this is why the community has worked so hard to send emails in, to vote, to keep choosing the best in place, to allow for an abstinence-based program, which I support. I do like the fact that there is an abstinence-based option for parents, but I don't feel that this is the right direction for our school system. I don't need to labor on anymore. My fellow colleague, Mr. Knudsen, did a very in-depth job of this. I spoke very deeply about this yesterday. I don't support this decision. I think we missed the mark. I know Choosing the Best had an opportunity to participate in this pilot, but only Health Smart participated in the pilot for the last several years. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board and rethink this. For years, a lot of us parents came up here to this board over the years and spoke about this, spoke about the curriculum, and it's something that many people in this room, many people not in this room, feel passionately about this, and I know our students will appreciate us going back to the drawing board and potentially not appreciate the decision that may ultimately take place here tonight, and I yield the rest of my time.
Chairwoman, Dr. Johnson Morgan, I have a few questions for the district. Yesterday, and this was a little bit of a mix-up, I have questions that I did not have yesterday because I thought this was on the March.
Good evening, Chairperson Dr. Therese, members of the board, and Dr. Taylor. I have the team here, and we stand ready for your questions.
Thank you, Chief West, for being here today and for your, the presentation you provided yesterday. Appreciate the time and thought. Before today's vote, I have several questions just to ensure clarity for myself and for the students and families that we serve. So the first thing I want to cover is this idea of abstinence only versus comprehensive and defining the terms. So how does the district define comprehensive in the context of health and sex education?
So I will take reference the slide deck that we shared in the work session last night to just make sure that we're using the exact same language so there's no confusion for the board. So abstinence-based only is sex education that emphasizes the significance of refraining from all sexual activity outside of marriage. That's how abstinence is defined and how we're defining abstinence-based only. Comprehensive is sex education that cultivates the skills necessary for effective communication, responsible decision-making, and the ability to navigate relationships in a healthy and respectful manner. And the other option, which we didn't discuss, but I know the district is very familiar with, is the opt-out option for families.
Can you explain the opt-out, please?
Absolutely. So families who choose not to have their children engage in this unit of study at all, they have the option to opt out. And there are several messaging and communication that goes to families in addition to some follow-up at the local school level to ensure families have the opportunity to respond and select the option that best aligns to their values.
And what is the default?
The default, if families do not respond to opt out, the default is to receive the abstinence-based only curriculum.
And Chief West, by your...
No, hold on one moment. I'm sorry.
No, so the consensus of the board was that the default would be comprehensive.
That's not what happened in the pilot, just so everyone's clear.
Okay, we'll make a note of that.
Thank you.
Which also is a departure from the recommendation. I know Ms. Stone has the floor, but that's a departure from the recommendation of the school district, just so everyone's clear.
So as I was saying, Chief West, based on your definition of comprehensive, can you confirm whether abstinence is a part of that definition?
Yes, so the way the curriculum, the pilot curriculum is designed, students who receive the comprehensive program receive all the same lessons that students would have received in the abstinence-based only program.
Thank you, Chief West. And I ask this because, and I have in my hand here, letters that are intended to be sent home to parents. And under the heading comprehensive lessons, the phrase in parentheses reads all abstinence-based lessons. So to be clear for the public, when we discuss comprehensive sex education, we are not removing abstinence instruction. We are discussing abstinence plus additional skills based on components such as consent, healthy relationships, and understanding risks. Furthermore, the district's plan to include abstinence only for elementary, and you all are including, or the recommendation is abstinence for middle school or comprehensive for high school.
So to just kind of unpack each of those by level, the option for elementary is abstinence only. The option for middle school is abstinence or comprehensive. The option for high school is abstinence-based or comprehensive. And then for all three levels, that opt-out is still available.
Okay, thank you, Chief West. So just want to clarify that this is not a debate between abstinence and something else. Comprehensive, as defined, as we have just established, includes abstinence. So I want to go back to the letters that you all provided a copy that are intended to go home to parents. So for transparency, I have copies. For elementary school, grade 5, the district recommendation is abstinence-based only, correct?
That is correct.
For middle school, both abstinence-based and comprehensive, and we've just established that comprehensive also includes abstinence. That is the recommendation for middle school and high school.
That's correct.
Thank you. When I look at the letter for middle school, in this chart, this is all abstinence. In this chart, this is all comprehensive sex education, which also includes abstinence instruction. The only additions, the only difference or distinction are what is affirmative consent and healthy romantic relationships. The letter also includes 3 options at the very bottom for parents, guardians, caregivers. The 3 options are abstinence-based only, comprehensive health, and opt-out. So that leads me into my next lining of questions. It is my understanding that state law requires some form of sex education and the right for a parent or legal guardian to elect in writing to opt out.
That is correct.
What specifically, and my colleague here, what specifically does opt-out option entail?
So if families select to opt out, those students, when that unit of study or those lessons are being taught in the classroom, they're given an alternative experience, like alternative lessons in another setting. So they don't engage in that unit of study at all.
All right, perfect, thank you. And if a parent does not return the form or the survey on the letter that I referenced, what is the default placement for that student?
During the pilot, the default placement for that student was abstinence-based only. And the board has made a recommendation that if we choose to adopt, the board has made a recommendation that option be comprehensive as the default.
All right, and so if comprehensive is the default, right, does that take away a parent's right to opt out?
No, it does not take away the parent's right to opt out. That right is consistent.
All right, perfect, thank you. I have a few more questions before I wrap up here. I did have an opportunity, actually as early as today, to look at the distinctions because it seems to be some conversation around choosing the best versus ETR Health Smart. And I appreciate your support, Chief West, on such short notice. You all provided the actual textbooks of both curriculum, and I was able to look at it. So my questions, my observations around choosing the best, abstinence-only framework, heavy focus on statistics, consequences, and then on ETR Health Smart, skills-based align on evolving state standards, includes abstinence instruction, whether comprehensive or abstinence-based, graphic organizers, scenario-based learning, whereas choosing the best, there were a lot of fill-in guided notes. However, there are some concerns, but this comes from a policy standpoint because in the motion, it references policy IFAA. And I want to remind my colleagues that the fundamental role, our role of a local board of education, is to establish policy for a local school system with the focus on student achievement. So when I look through the feedback, and colleagues, I'm on tab 11 of our binder, some of the pilot persons participating in the pilot had some concern that there were some topics missing or lacking. So for example, there were some non-health teachers because our sex education curriculum is a part of our health curriculum. They had no experience teaching health. They were not subject matter experts. In fact, one teacher said, I have no idea no idea of what topics are missing because never in my 30-year career have I taught or seen any sex education taught at any level. I have no idea why you'd ask teachers who have never taught this content to participate in a trial. When I looked at the access to resources, that was mixed. Some stakeholders or pilot participants stated that resources were hard to find. Some said they were easy to access. And then I looked at the student feedback. And before I go into the student feedback, there was one teacher, and we've been talking about academic achievement, right? And we know as early as our August 2025 board meeting that our students with disabilities and our multilingual learners are struggling academically to close gaps, demonstrating proficiency and distinguished on milestones. This was reflected in the pilot. It was not accessible to our students with disabilities, our multilingual learners, and many teachers cited they struggled to differentiate or scaffold the content for students. So that's a second part. Third part, students, I read some of the comments. One student said, I did not like it, but we needed it. Another student said they liked the images that were included, how it told you what is coming and how it included who to talk to. So it sounds like before this, students didn't know who to talk to about this. I didn't fully understand the information, so that's where the policy comes into play. When I reviewed the policy, IFAA, particularly in section 2.11, there's a phrase called serving as subject matter experts. And when you read further down into the policy, step 7 of the actual pilot, teacher review does not specify subject matter experts, nor does step 7 pilot. It just uses the word teacher broadly. So I found this problematic as far as the process. So for example, when I was a GCPS teacher, when we wanted to pilot a English language arts class, there were no math people in the room because they were not subject matter experts. It was all language arts teachers. So I would like me and my colleagues to consider amending or updating this policy so that it is health teachers or subject matter experts who are participating in this pilot, and then also adding a section where the curriculum should also be accessible to every student. And if we want to even disaggregate our subgroups, particularly our multilingual learners and our students with disabilities. So that is all that I have. I recommend just some policy changes. I didn't like the process, but this is a wealth of information, and I appreciate just your time and work on all the things.
So I appreciate all the comments that were shared. This is truly a delicate matter that we're talking about when we think about sex education. I have 2 little ones myself, one in elementary school, one in high school. And so I understand the complexities around this decision when we think about families and parents wanting what's best for their children. I appreciate that the district has provided a choice to our stakeholders, and that parents can choose whether or not they want to afford their students an abstinence-only sex education or a comprehensive sex education. In looking up some of the pros and cons, there were a number of resources to support the validity of comprehensive sex education, the benefits of it, coming from some very reputable sources. So the World Health Organization supports that comprehensive sex ed helps to prevent domestic violence. It also helps to develop healthy relationships. It fosters and cultivates positive decision-making. The evidence shows that youth are more likely to initiate sexual activity later, and that when they do, they practice safer sex. There's also evidence provided by the National Library of Medicine, which is a United States government website, asserting that abstinence-only sex ed actually fails African American youth. That's a study that's listed on their webpage. And it's interesting, as I was looking at one of the charts that Mr. Knudsen shared, and looking up some of the metro areas who have used Choosing the Best, and looking at the pregnancy rate information shared, I noted that the DeKalb County rate actually decreased from 2015 to 2024. And surprisingly, guess what happened in 2015? They stopped using Choosing the Best. So it's interesting what evidence you can find and what data points you can find. And I encourage students and even adults to do your own research, because somebody can present you with a data point, but there can be additional context and information behind it. Don't stop with what's given to you, but actually go about doing your own research. So, with that being said, and I'll continue to highlight the fact that Gwinnett County has changed significantly over the last 5, 10, 15 years. We're a more diverse county. What we've done in the past is not going to necessarily be what we need to continue to do now and in the future. And I believe that by offering our stakeholders a choice. It is a fantastic compromise. If you want the abstinence-only curriculum, you have that option. If you want a comprehensive curriculum, you have that option. Thank you to the district for providing us with options.
Thank you, board members. I made some notes as well, and I'd like to share them. In Gwinnett County, the teen birth rate for girls ages 15 to 19 is just over 10 births per 1,000 each year. That is more than 1 out of every 100 teenage girls annually. Our county's STD rate is over 500 cases per 100,000 residents. Across Georgia, the majority of reported STD cases are among young people ages 15 to 24. At the same time, Georgia continues to rank high nationally in human trafficking. Research shows that an average age of entry into domestic minor sex trafficking is between the ages of 12 and 14 years old. Most of these children were enrolled in school at the time they were exploited. That means that schools are not separate from this issue. We are central to prevention. The Epstein files were painful because they exposed how grooming, coercion, manipulation, and power can entrap young people. Exploitation thrives in silence, and when young people do not have the language to describe what is happening, they can be subject to sex exploitation. Naming body parts, teaching about body autonomy, teaching about consent, teaching about healthy relationships and how to recognize grooming, online safety, all of these are so very important in the lessons around comprehensive education. It is important for students to learn about pregnancy and STD prevention so that misinformation does not continue to increase our teenage pregnancy rates and STD cases in Gwinnett. So teaching comprehensive sex education is not about encouraging behavior. It is about education. It is about protection. It is about teaching our children on how to keep themselves safe and our community safe. So I strongly support the comprehensive education as a default. I also support the option for parents to opt out as they deem best for them and their families. But I want to be clear about the need for comprehensive sex education. They will help our students. So if we are serious about reducing teen pregnancies, lowering STDs, and preventing grooming and trafficking, then we must be serious about prevention and protection. Our children deserve the knowledge, they deserve the care, and they deserve the language to understand, to say no, consent, and to make better life choices. I appreciate the work that you all have done in Gwinnett County Public Schools, your team. I was here when the first team of us here delayed this process. I did not want the process to be delayed, and it has been delayed. Our children have not received the sex education curriculum because we delayed it. I'm not advocating for further delay. I strongly encourage us to continue to move forward, and I appreciate all of the hard work that you all have done over these years to really ensure that we're doing what is best for all of our children. Thank you so much.
I have two quick comments. Number one, I think your definition of abstinence, you could not find anywhere in Choosing the Best. It's not abstain till marriage. That's not in anything that we've ever taught. I'm actually married to a former health teacher in Gwinnett who taught Choosing the Best. So that definition of abstinence is a horrible definition of abstinence. It's not what has defined how we've chosen this. And so I'm not sure why that narrow definition was adopted, but it certainly also wouldn't apply to ETR Health Smart's abstinence version either. The other thing I do want to, as Dr. Simmons wanted to point out bad facts or whatever, DeKalb County has never used choosing the best. So continue to do your research, folks. But DeKalb County's never used choosing the best. So I just want to know, when our numbers begin to go up because of this decision, will we revisit? And will we take a look at the lives that we've affected negatively for a long, long time?
All right, board members. Do I have a motion regarding the instructional resources adoption where we're actually in discussion, right? I think someone made the motion. Do we have a motion? I think you wanted to revise the motion. Who made the motion? But I think, did you?
So my recommendation was just to update the policy because it's a policy question for the two things:
you don't
support our multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and make sure the teachers are subject matter experts in future pilot.
Okay. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
We have 2 nays by Mr. Knudsen and Gasper. Okay. The motion passes. Next, Dr. Taylor.
On May 15, 2025, the Gwinnett County Board of Education approved Policy BCC, Board Committee Charter. Policy Committee Chair, Dr. Johnson Morgan, has requested that the board consider a change of the Policy Committee leadership structure, with Rachel Stone named the new chairperson of the Policy Committee and Dr. Johnson Morgan named the vice chair. I recommend the board approve the change in leadership structure of the Policy Committee.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding the superintendent's recommendation?
I make a motion to approve the change in leadership structure, naming Rachel Stone as the new chairperson of the Policy Committee and Dr. Johnson Morgan as the vice chair.
Where's discussion? Yeah, I'd like to discuss this swap at the top, like our leadership change last month. I'm not necessarily opposed, but I am opposed to the process. There was no invitation for anyone else. I mean, you're the chair. You've got all this stuff that you're doing. Why is the policy committee only you and Ms. Stone? Why, if you're too busy as chair to allow her to be chair of the policy committee, can it not open up to someone else on the board who might want to weigh in the policy committee process? But that never happened. You just came to us with in fact, we didn't talk about this yesterday. I know, Therese, you talked about it when we were on the phone Monday, but in many ways, this comes up as a surprise on the agenda tonight because we had no discussion, but we had a work session all day yesterday to talk about it and to be able to maybe, if someone else wanted to be on the policy committee, and provide some input there, they could have had a chance and we could have discussed that.
Thank you for your comment, and I want to respond by saying that I did have one-on-one conversations with our board members, and I also sent a communication to Mr. Gasper, and we confirmed today, because there was a couple of days that we weren't able to talk, but we confirmed today that he was not available for this particular position, and he supported this change. And so there has been conversations one-on-one with our board members related to this. So there was a process, and I am very intentional about making sure that in my notes and in the work that I do, that I am inclusive of the voices of our board members. And I just want to be clear about that, Mr. Knudsen, because you probably did not know that I had those conversations.
Yeah, I think maybe I do support Mr. Knudsen's comments. I wish there would have been more of a discussion yesterday during our work session with the time that we had, just to understand the scope of work behind what goes on with the policy committee, not being there, not seeing what you all do behind the scenes, the level of commitment. We all lead very busy lives with the work that we do as board members, and of course, the additional work required by the policy committee is very important work. And you know, having the brief, yes, we texted back and forth earlier in the week, and you know, I had to, you know, look at my schedule, understand, and didn't have a chance to sit down and talk, and it was a brief interaction after our executive session. So I think maybe, you know, more time next time to powwow, to huddle as a group to understand what kind of what that looks like. You know, for the you know, the commitment for the committee, I think is important for all five of us to have a better. I know you and Rachel, obviously, you guys are in it every month and every day, but for myself, Mr. Knudsen, Dr. Simmons, to have a good understanding, I think is important. You speak of transparency, you speak of you know, that understanding. I think that's important. So, I think for this go around, my life is hectic, my life is busy. I want both you and Ms. Stone to keep the door open to come to the other board members if the need arises for certain policies that require, you know, our levels of expertise, you know, potentially around budgeting, potentially around operational components, which I like to work in. That's kind of my wheelhouse.
Okay.
I'll put it out there.
Thank you.
So if you need that level of direction, please come this way.
Okay, thank you. I also want to share that for those who don't know, our policy committee actually comprises of 2 members from each board member's district, so that there is representation and voice from every district here. We appointed 2 members from each of our districts to serve on this committee, and this committee has been really working very, very hard, harmoniously, and sometimes there is some debate and understanding around how we are centering the needs of our children, but the policies that come out of the policy committee are not Dr. Therese Johnson Morgan or Ms. Rachel Stone. This is a collective action and work of leadership from Mr. Ben Cleveland, who is helping. The district is involved at every single step of the way. They are at every meeting. They're engaging in drafting the policy. We are administrative level people that just really facilitate the meeting. The bulk of the work is really with the community members who are engaging in editing and drafting and providing feedback. In fact, we have 2 of our members here who are on the policy committee. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's another one? Oh, and thank you. And all of them are very, very engaged in the process and very vocal, and they're from your districts. So thank you.
Yes, they are. And one thing I'm going to echo my colleague, Dr. Therese Johnson Morgan. This policy committee, so each board member had an opportunity to select 2 people from their district to serve for a 1-year term, and it is so beautifully done. We have teachers, active teachers on this committee, business owners, parents. We even have students. So I encourage folks who are interested in potentially, you know, as we wrap up our first year. And one of the things, I think it's on the agenda today, we championed it's actually the next thing on the agenda, the language policy and how we support our multilingual learners. And I've said this before, but we are super proud. It's the first of its kind. So we just look forward to all the amazing work that we'll continue doing.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous.
All right, next item, we are bringing back for review policy IDDG, multilingual learners, specifically the section designating the data set to be gathered and shared during our biannual reviews. These changes were discussed in yesterday's February 18th work session. Chair Dr. Therese, I recommend that this policy with revisions be placed on the table until the March 18th, 2026 business meeting to provide constituents an opportunity for feedback.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding policy?
I make a motion to have policy IDDG, multilingual learners, lay on the table for 30 days or our next scheduled board meeting pending feedback. If revisions are needed following posting on our website, they will be presented for board consideration during the business meeting on March 18th, 2026.
Is there a second? All in favor, is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous.
Next item, board members, during yesterday's monthly work session, we discussed a new policy, policy JBCF, Safe Zone, Student Privacy, Educational Access, and Student Protection, for which the board is requesting to waive their normal policy development protocol and add this policy to tonight's agenda. Chair Dr. Therese, I recommend that this policy with revisions be placed on the table until the March 18th, 2026 business meeting to provide constituents an opportunity for feedback.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding the superintendent's recommendation?
I make a motion to have policy JBCF, Safe Zone, Student Privacy, Educational Access, and Student Protection lay on the table for 30 days or our next scheduled board meeting pending feedback. If revisions are needed following posting on our website, they will be presented for board consideration during the business meeting on March 18th, 2026.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
I do just want to uplift what I shared yesterday around supporting the Safe Schools policy being put in place and also wanting to ensure the district has an opportunity to share any implications, whether they be financial or related to resources in any other capacity, wanting to be sure the district has the opportunity to thoroughly vet the policy, look into the policy, and present to the board any considerations that we need to be made aware of in advance of voting on the policy. Thank you.
I also want to, go ahead, Mr.
I think there's a lot of items in this policy that we already have really living in other policies, very specifically bullying and harassment, multilingual cultural compliant communication, some mental health items. I think, it's just more of repetition, putting an additional burden on our operational team to operationalize this policy. There's time commitment involved in that. The concerns I have are, even from calling it a safe zone policy, we already have been protecting our students that are in our school building. There's been a memo that has been put out over the last year plus, it goes way back, that, our students should always feel safe in our school building. And they know that, and that is our duty to protect our students in our school building. And there is no secret there. So I'm still a little perplexed as to the reason why we really truly need to put this into a policy. And of course, my additional concern is, does this create any sort of legal or illegal issues for us as a district? So these are things that concern me. And I know that the board tonight is voting to table this policy to put out to the community to provide feedback. And so my ask to the community is to provide feedback on this proposed safe zone, student privacy, educational access, and student protection policy that is being proposed right now. And let us know how you feel about it, because and look at the policies that we have already in existence and see how it compares. And know that our teachers every day are there to protect our students, and so are our administrators, and so are the SROs that are on each of our campuses. And know that no federal officer or anyone can approach our schools and approach any of our students without a federal warrant. That is already part of our policy. So I bode every one of you to review this policy and provide your feedback to the board while it sits on the table for as long as it needs to, while the district decides how we need to operationalize this policy. So thank you.
I want the community to know that the bullet points and the model policy that we got came from the National Education Association. That's the same organization that called Gwinnett parents who were concerned about some of our issues in 2021 domestic terrorists. It's the same organization that the Georgia School Board Association pulled out of a few years ago and actually got with other state associations to create another national organization to help represent us because of the stance that the NEA was taking on many different places. It's not a governing body. And so that's number one. And then number two, to Mr. Gasper's point, it's very redundant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 areas that already in Gwinnett County in the way that we do implement process and policy where these things are already included. I, at the work session, asked for this to be delayed so that the system could look at this and come back with us with the implementation, with how it's going to impact us, with what we're opening the doors to. If it's redundant, but what we're now, putting in there, today it's immigration. What's tomorrow? And we have no idea where the end of this could end up. It's against the law for us to even ask the question about your immigration status. So now we're providing a safe zone for who? We don't even know who. And are they going to self-identify if they go to a safe zone? It makes no sense. The implementation, what we're asking for our buildings and our administrators to do, I'm not opposed to this, but without proper implementation, this is just virtue signaling. This is just, let's throw it out there and make it seem like. But the bottom line is, we already do most of this, and I'd love to have our system be able to come forward and say, here's what we have, here's what we need, here's what it means to implement. Then, when we know that it can work on the ground, then our community can weigh in, because right now, we have no idea what this looks like.
Our students walked out of school in protest of safe spaces and wanting and needing safe spaces and not feeling like that is currently existing. I support the First Amendment right. I support our students having that freedom of speech and expression, and I support civic engagement. I also support the need for us to ensure that our students are safely in school and they're learning and they're thriving. I encourage the students to use their own time, not school time, to engage in their civic right and their civic duties, to protest, to use their voices without disruption. There is a both and in this process for me. And what I have heard from the voices of our students, so many of them. And I live in an area in District 5 that is predominantly immigrant, including Hispanic and other different community groups who live with fear every single day. They are afraid of going to school, and we already have a high absentee rate. Now our absenteeism has increased. We have students who feel the terror of ICE. There are 2 facilities being built. One is almost done. It will be open in April in Social Circle, and another one near the Mall of Georgia. They're very close to us. And our students are afraid of going to school because they feel like ICE will be at their bus stops. They feel like if they go to school, they will return home and their families won't be there. They are dealing with mental health issues in school. The Safe Zones policy is an opportunity for us to clearly codify in a policy what we already have in the letter, and also provide an opportunity for our community members who are mostly impacted by this, our teachers, our students, to engage in this policy and provide feedback and suggestions, in addition to, of course, our school system, which has already drafted a letter, which my understanding was the letter was rooted from AASA, not NEA. So thank you for that clarification. That letter that is already existing. This is a request of the school system to codify that letter in policy that we already have drafted from the school system, and provide an opportunity for our students, our teachers, our families, and educators to comment, to edit the policy. It's important for us to understand that our students and our families are really seeking places where they are safe, where they feel belonging, and where there is no fear. So it also protects instructional time, it stabilizes attendance, it improves academic performance, because kids will feel like if you are creating a safe space for me, then I will come to school. Then if you provide the additional supports where there's guidance for our teachers to be able to navigate children who are dealing with the terror of ICE, that's also an opportunity for us to be able to be there for our children, to ensure that they feel belonging and they feel safe in the space so they can learn. And ultimately, the academic performance of our students will increase. So when we think about our core beliefs and commitments, it is centering the needs of each and every child. It is ensuring belonging and safety. And the Safe Zone policy allows us to be able to ensure that there is consistency across our school system, from one school to the next school, not rooted in the opinion or the political persuasion of a principal, but really a process that ensures that every child, regardless of where they are, can feel like they can attend school safely. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. We have 2 nays. Motion passes.
All right, so the next item, board members. During yesterday's monthly work session, we discussed a new policy, BBDA, Superintendent Evaluation, for which the board is requesting to waive their normal policy development process and add this to the policy, and add this policy to tonight's agenda. Chair Dr. Therese, I recommend that this policy with revisions be placed on the table until the March 18th, 2026 business meeting to provide constituents an opportunity for feedback.
Board members, do I have a motion regarding this recommendation?
I make a motion to have policy BBDA superintendent evaluation lay on the table for 30 days or our next scheduled board meeting pending feedback. If revisions are needed following posting on our website, they will be presented for board consideration during the business meeting on March 18th, 2026.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Next, we will have constituents' comments regarding the policies and our school operations. The first speaker, please approach the podium closest to you. Socorro Lai, and then Jeremy Cavallero, you up next.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Taylor. Tonight should be about student safety. That is your highest duty, not politics, not messaging, not optics, safety. And what occurred over the past month was a failure to uphold that duty. Board member communications publicly legitimized student walkouts. Those statements, carrying the authority of this body, were interpreted by students as permission to leave campus during instructional time without parental permission or consent. What followed was confusion and chaos. Walkouts were approved, then reversed, then discipline was threatened. That is not leadership, that is instability. And instability in a school environment creates risk. Students left supervised campuses, they entered traffic corridors, they were exposed to escalating tensions without the protection of school authority. That was foreseeable, so let me be clear. This is not about ideology. It's not about any one particular issue. It is about the non-negotiable obligation to keep students safe. Student safety is not conditional. It is not situational, and it is not something that can be tested and corrected after the fact. Moving on to religious neutrality, the board publicly uplifted Ramadan, yet Ash Wednesday and the beginning of Lent passed without any acknowledgement. Public institutions must operate with consistency. If religious observances are recognized, they must be recognized evenly. If not, they should not be selectively highlighted. Consistency is foundational to public trust. Moving on to fiscal stewardship, you just committed to a $1.9 million health curriculum purchase before committing funds of that magnitude. The public deserve transparency, measurable outcomes, and clear justification for change. Taxpayers are not an ATM. We are the funding source, and we do not want Health Smart. When safety is compromised, when neutrality is uneven, and when spending appears rushed and reckless, trust erodes. And when trust erodes, confidence in leadership follows. Our children are not symbols. They are not messengers. They are not collateral. They are children. And they depend on the adults in this room to exercise judgment, restraint, and clarity. Safety is your duty. Anything less is a failure of governance and leadership. Thank you.
Cavallero. After Jeremy Cavallero, we have Elizabeth Cavallero.
All right, good evening. Normally I come with something scripted to say, and considering the circumstances we surround ourselves with, the proposal of HB 1023, I just felt like I would speak from the heart tonight. We need everybody's involvement to help support House Bill 1023 to make weapons detectors mandatory in Georgia public schools, K through 12. It's an amazing thing that GCPS has done here to lead the way in the state to provide protection for all high school and middle school, and we're asking that to double down and protect every single child and teacher in the state of Georgia. It's monumental. It's going to be historic. We need your support to ensure kids no longer are in fear of being shot in school. I remember growing up, we did fire drills and tornado drills, right? Because those are things that you can't predict and you can't control. We can control this occurrence by scanning for weapons at the door. We went to the Delta Museum for Valentine's Day. I know it's very entertaining, but we got on a 40-year-old 747. There was about 12 people there. We all got stopped to get wanted. So nobody bring in a gun or a knife on a 40-year-old plane with 12 people. So if we're talking about budget concerns about how House Bill 1023 will be implemented, that's a low-cost solution for districts that can't afford it. They could do standard metal detectors. They don't have to do full-blown AI. It's wide open for whatever implementation those districts can afford. There's $100 million set aside that I've been told for this implementation. The money's there. The data is there. People ask for data. Oh my gosh, they haven't recovered many weapons. That's not the data we're after. The data we're after is nobody shot, no occurrences of shootings, no mass murders, nobody killed. GCPS has recovered since February 9th report I was able to poll 57 knives, 2 handguns in Gwinnett County since implementing Evolve. Totally worth the $20 million, right? And that is the data that you see has been recovered, not all of the deterrence, and that's the point. House Bill 1023. Let's pressure your House and Senate representatives to pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, those watching on live stream, and those in the audience tonight. My name is Elizabeth Cavallero, and you just heard from my husband and my kids earlier tonight. All of us learned in school about everyday people. As a matter of fact, Martin Luther King was celebrated tonight. Everyday people like Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Gandhi, ordinary citizens who stood up for change and became part of history. Today, we, the ordinary citizens of Georgia, have that same opportunity. Right now, we can tell our House members and senators to pass HB 1023 and make Georgia the first state in this nation to clearly say, boldly, no more. We say no to children and teachers being murdered in school. We say no to lives being cut short before they can even have the chance to be lived. And we say yes. Yes to enough is enough. This is our moment to be part of Georgia's history, to be part of the change that should have happened long before Colt Gray could have walked freely into a school with an AR-15. The 2 students and the 2 teachers murdered would be with us today. He would have never had a chance to wound 7 others and cause terror to countless students all across Georgia and the United States. If Georgia had this law passed in September 2024, on his 5th day of school, he would not have brought a gun into that building. Weapons detectors would have deterred him. And that is the silent data we don't always see, because weapons detectors deter more than they catch. That is exactly what we need. If you don't believe Barrow County would have gladly spent $20 million to prevent the Appalachia murders, you're wrong. As taxpayers, we are tired of hearing those in power dismiss student safety as a waste of taxpayer dollars. We hear it at the State House, we hear it at the news, but this is not their decision. When we say we want our children returned to us each day safe and sound, filled with joy from their school day, that is not negotiable. So today, instead of scrolling Facebook or Instagram, do something significant with your time. On the sheets we've handed out, we've made it simple for you to take action. Do not leave here unchanged. Do not leave here silent. Be the generation that finally said, not one more. Let Georgia lead, let Georgia protect its children, and let history say, it started with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next is Mark Calloway, and after Mark Calloway is Jivanka Vadi.
Good evening, board members. I'm Mark Calloway. I stand before you not only as a concerned taxpayer, but also as someone who deeply cares about education of our students and the effective use of our resources. We all recognize the important role that education plays in shaping our future. And that's why I'm here to ask some questions about the current priorities. Firstly, I understand that the district is exploring ways to accommodate student needs, including providing dedicated spaces for prayer during high holidays, particularly for the Muslim community. While I'm wholeheartedly support the idea of respecting and honoring our diverse faiths, I can't help but wonder why we are focusing on this specific religion observation, while not offering similar accommodations for other faiths. Equality should be our goal when it comes to all students regarding their beliefs. Next, I would like to address the recent discussions around student protests during school hours. I noticed that some board members, including the chair, have been vocal in supporting students' right to protest. While freedom of expression is vital, I must ask, is this really the best use of their learning time? Our test scores and literacy rates have shown that we have serious educational challenges in our country. My tax dollars are intended to provide quality education, not facilitate protests during school hours. I believe that if students want to express their views, they should be able to do so before or after school. We all want to foster an environment where students feel empowered. However, using instructional time for protest time that could be spent learning seems very counterproductive. Let's allocate our resources to areas that directly benefit education, the core mission of our school system. I urge you to recognize our focus and prioritize classroom learning so that we can genuinely prepare our students.
Next, we have Jivanka Vadi and then Filania Nowak.
Good evening, Chair, Dr. Terence, Superintendent Dr. Taylor, and respected members of the board. My name is Jivankant Vadi, and I teach mathematics at Shiloh Middle School, and tonight I represent a group of educators working for Gwinnett County Public Schools on H-1B visas. We deeply respect and appreciate the county's position regarding green card sponsorship. We understand and respect the concerns that were shared in our meeting with Mrs. Kathy Hardin, especially the long-term responsibility and financial commitment. Those are very real considerations, and we recognize the need to protect district resources. With that in mind, we would like to respectfully present an alternative option, one that removes both financial burden and long-term responsibility for the county. Under this proposal, a contract with a qualified organization would take full responsibility for the immigration process for international teachers. This includes all legal fees, documentation, filing, and case management. The county would not be required to pay any costs or manage any paperwork related to the process. The district would retain complete control over hiring process. Schools may request teachers when there is a staffing need and may also decline placements when positions are filled. If a teacher is not needed in this county at any time, a third-party organization would place that teacher in another county which is participating with them. This approach promotes stability for both teachers and students. Without a pathway like this, many international educators are forced to relocate in search of sponsorship, creating emotional and financial strain for their families and disrupting continuity in our schools. When certified, qualified, and experienced teachers in our Title I schools are forced to leave, students lose mentorship, consistency, and trusted relationships that are vital to their academic and social growth. Allowing educators to remain in the same community helps preserve the stable learning environment our students rely on. Our goal is to simply create a supportive pathway that helps schools access qualified educators while ensuring that the county's resources and responsibilities remain protected. We respectfully ask the board to consider reviewing this option so that mutually beneficial pathway can be explored. Thank you again for your leadership, your thoughtful consideration, and your ongoing commitment in doing what is best for our students, schools, and district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Felania Nowak, and then after Felania is Jane Dubose.
Good evening, Dr. Taylor and members of the board. I'm here to ask for your oversight, not discipline, not punishment, not censorship regarding student walkouts that occur during instructional hours. Georgia's Parents' Bill of Rights, OCGA Section 20-2-5 is clear. Parents retain the primary right to direct their child's education and participation in school activities. When students are permitted to leave class for a walkout during instructional time without parental notice and affirmative consent, the district substitutes its judgment for parents. I'm not discussing First Amendment issues. The issue is authority. Expressive rights do not grant permission to cause disruption, miss class, and in loco parentis does not allow schools to waive parental consent or compulsory attendance requirements. A walkout during class time is not neutral supervision. It is a decision, by action or inaction, to remove students from instruction. That decision belongs to parents, not schools. We had some schools that enforced attendance rules and consequences where others did not. GCPS schools that allowed participation without enforcing attendance rules or consequences created an implicit policy, and that policy conflicts with Georgia law. Despite millions spent on school safety upgrades, resources such as SROs and all available staff were redirected to supervise students who walked out, leaving those who remained inside with reduced protection. This created a clear disparity. Students who followed school policy received less security coverage, resulting in inequitable protections, leaving them vulnerable should an emergency arise. I am respectfully asking this board to do 4 things. First, clarify that parental notice and consent are required for any walkout occurring during instructional hours. Second, ensure that instructional time is not waived for non-curricular activities without parental authorization. Third, direct the administration to issue clear guidance so principals are not left to improvise in legally sensitive situations. And lastly, clarify for parents if you are here to support teaching our students how to disrupt the school day or educate our students. This is about compliance, consistency, and respect for families, not politics. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Jane Dubose, and after Jane, we have Maureen Mizrahi. Maureen Mizrahi?
Good evening. My name is Maureen, and I stand before you today as a concerned member of this community to discuss the importance of maintaining line between public education and religion practice. I am addressing the recent decision to distribute Ramadan education info and send an email to offering Ramadan-only accommodations. While I come from a Jewish and Arab family and do value diversity, this accommodation represents a departure from the separation of church and state for three main reasons. One, the risk of government endorsement. When a public school uses its official channels to email info about one specific faith, it moves from education into promotion, while governments must remain neutral. Distribution of those material can be perceived endorsing one religion belief over others, which is exactly what the First Amendment seeks to prevent. Number two, the primary purpose of school facilities. Our media room in school is a taxpayer-funded resources dedicated to literacy and technology, not to practice prayers of any kind or religion. It should not set aside to accommodate a specific religion, and more than that, not to turn into a place of worship for no specific religion. And three, equal access versus special treatment. The Constitution requires neutrality, not favorism. If the school provides specific accommodation for one faith, it creates a situation where it must do the same for every other religion or secular group. By stepping into the role of religion coordinator, the board risks unnecessary conflict and potential violation of student rights. To summarize, the goal of our public schools should be to follow the Constitution, to provide a level of playing field where no student feel like an outsider because of their faith or their lack of it, and to keep in religion practice where it belongs, at home and at the house of worship. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Aiden Rowell, and then we have Anna Kaiserman.
Honorable members of the board, my name is Aiden Rowell. I've been a resident of Gwinnett County. I have countless friends and colleagues who have gone through this school system here or live here, and they love it. I'm here to thank the board for approving the district recommendation to maintain HealthSmart as the default in health class. I actually did send all of you an email on January 29th with 7 stories from the community about their personal experiences with sex ed in the county and in support of comprehensive sex education like HealthSmart. I'm happy to speak to any of you about that. I just wanted to clear up any confusion as to whether the board had received feedback on this matter. Experts agree that age-appropriate, developmentally appropriate, research-backed sex ed is the answer. HealthSmart is all of those things. Comprehensive sex ed decreases risks of teen pregnancy and STIs because people actually know what they're getting into beforehand. HealthSmart emphasizes abstinence and good decision-making while simultaneously giving students the toolkit to make good decisions and stick up for themselves. Gwinnett's pilot last semester showed us that not only are experts aligned on the benefits of comprehensive sex education, but so are parents and students. Only 3% of elementary families chose to opt out. Of 361 middle schoolers, 258 selected comprehensive. Of 647 high schoolers, 518 selected comprehensive. We know when students understand what the risks are, it's actually easier to make a better decision. Choosing the best was also not written by someone with a medical or psychological background. Bruce Cook, the founder, served as the HR board chair in Georgia, and during his term worked to cut $4.7 million from the Adolescent Health and Youth Development Program, which includes family planning and teen pregnancy prevention programs. Health Smart is research-backed, contextualizes abstinence by helping students understand the risks associated and the efficacy and failure of different protection methods. Other school districts have already made the choice to teach students in line with those best practices. In mid-February 2005, so like 20 years ago, the superintendent of DeKalb County Schools asked all middle schools in the district to stop teaching Choosing the Best because it just doesn't give reliable information. Our southern neighbor, North Carolina, requires that curriculum stresses abstinence but also instructs on contraception, STI prevention, healthy relationships, and more. We all know that it's important to ensure that the children and teens in our lives are happy, safe, and healthy. Approving this district recommendation on Health Smart sets Gwinnett County Schools up to do exactly that. And I'm happy to talk about any of those stories from Gwinnett students after the board meeting. Thank you so much for your time and for your support on Comprehensive.
Thank you. Next, we have Anna Kaiserman, and after Anna Kaiserman is Jane Leader-Rips.
Dear board members, my name is Anna Kaiserman, and I'm speaking today on behalf of many concerned Jewish community members of Gwinnett County, and also as a volunteer for the civic rights movement called End Jew Hatred. We have reviewed the supplementary materials currently taught in Gwinnett County on the Middle East and find them deeply concerning. They contain ideological bias, historical inaccuracies, and contradictions with both the Georgia Department on Education, 7th grade teacher notes, and also the county's own textbook. This is especially troubling given the alarming rise of anti-Semitism in the United States and worldwide. Overall, the materials downplay the historic connection of the Jewish people to Israel, including over 3,800 years of continuous presence of Jewish people in the land of Israel. They falsely suggest that Israel was established by taking land from an already established Arab or Muslim country called Palestine, which no such sovereign country ever existed. The term Palestine was coined by the Romans and later used for the British Mandate. Admit that the British Mandate territory was much larger than modern Israel, which was established only as a small portion of that land, despite millennia of Jewish presence. These materials portray Israelis as European colonizers, ignoring that many Jewish Israelis descend from communities expelled by those Muslim countries, where Jews had lived long time before Islam. They depict a long-standing conflict while ignoring that Arab leaders rejected the UN partition plan of 1947, and right away 6 Arab countries right away invaded Israel after pronouncing its independence. They also ignore Judaism's primary role as the first monotheistic religion and the foundation of Christianity and Islam, including that the Hebrew Bible is the Christian Old Testament and that Jesus was Jesus. They falsely depict Israel as stealing water from Arab countries and admitting that Israel actually supplies them with water. The materials cover major Islamic regimes such as Iran and Saudi Arabia, yet completely omit in those materials their oppressive nature, their violations of human rights, and the restrictions and oppressions of the women's rights too. So it is deeply concerning that these materials do not adequately reflect the complex realities of the region, misrepresent history, distort facts, and do not provide students with a balanced or accurate understanding of Middle East. We respectfully urge the board to carefully review and immediately investigate the source of those materials and how they actually ended up in the classrooms, and looks like it is an issue that existed for many years. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jane Rips. After Jane, we have Hannah Louderman.
Good evening. My name is Mrs. Jane Rips, and I'm a former teacher from Peachtree Elementary. Thank you for giving me a few moments to share something meaningful with you. Each year on April 29th, communities across the country observe End Jew Hatred Day at a time when anti-Semitism is rising nationwide. This day provides an opportunity for schools to lead with education, empathy, and unity. Our schools already work hard to prevent bullying and create safe learning environments. End Jew Hatred Day aligns naturally with that mission. Often prejudice begins with misunderstanding or lack of exposure. Education is one of the most powerful tools we have to replace ignorance with knowledge and fear with understanding. This is not about politics. It is about civil rights, dignity, and ensuring that every student feels safe and valued. Jewish students, like all students, deserve to learn in an environment free from harassment or hate. What makes this initiative practical is that support and materials are already available. The End Jew Hatred organization provides optional resources, including a proclamation template, a student and faculty pledge, suggested email communications for families, and a morning announcement script schools can use on April 29th. I have also prepared a resource packet for you. It includes grade-appropriate book and film suggestions for media centers, along with a student-friendly STEM timeline highlighting Jewish contributions to medicine, science, and technology. These materials allow teachers to integrate the day into history, language arts, science, and technology in ways that feel natural and educational. High school students can even participate by presenting a proclamation to local officials for signature, encouraging civic engagement and leadership. Across the country, governors, members of Congress, mayors, and city councils have recognized April 29th as End Jew Hatred Day as a nonpartisan statement of unity and solidarity. I understand that adding new programming can feel overwhelming. I definitely get that. This initiative is designed to be simple, flexible, and age-appropriate. Participation can be as modest as a morning announcement or as robust as cross-curricular lessons, setting up tables in media centers in your schools. Most importantly, acknowledging this day sends a clear message to students. Hate has no place in our schools or in our hearts, and every community matters. I am available to support schools in April with resources, connections, or guest speakers if desired. Together, we can reinforce the values we already teach every day: empathy, kindness, cultural awareness, and standing up for one another. Your time and your continued commitment to creating schools where every child can learn with pride and confidence.
Hannah Landisman, and then Tanisha Banks.
Good evening, members of the board. We're deeply concerned about teaching materials entering our schools from Qatar and Saudi Arabia. A recent report from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies on Georgia highlights the rising influence of foreign entities in our classrooms. These materials promote the social acceptance and glorification of Islam and Sharia law in public schools, content that does not align with the values of our families or our communities. Funds from foreign organizations like the Qatar Foundation International should have no place in U.S. schools. Evidence shows that QFI is promoting content and values that conflict with parents' expectation and community standards. For example, the Arabic Teachers Council of the South, a network of educators from universities and K-12 schools across the southern states, posted a March 2024 training video in collaboration with QFI titled "Using Films to Explore Social Justice Issues in Arabic Classes." In it, teachers share strategies to incorporate social justice topics into the curriculum, explicitly noting this can be done even if parents disagree. We are already seeing the real-world consequences of this type of education in countries like Iran, where women face compulsory hijab laws, severe penalties, and limits on on education and economic freedom simply because of their gender. Human rights experts describe these conditions as grave discrimination and repression. We cannot allow our school to mirror or normalize ideologies that undermine freedom and equality. And an investigation into external funding sources should be initiated by the district to ensure full transparency. This review should identify and disclose any international funding that may be influencing the district through book purchases, instructional materials, professional development, or training programs coming from Saudi Arabia or Qatar. Additionally, we request that the board provide comprehensive training for all teachers on anti-Semitism and the growing influence of political Islam, so educators are fully equipped to teach these topics responsibly and accurately. Our students deserve an education grounded in facts, critical thinking, and respect for all communities, free from foreign ideological influence. We ask the board to take these steps to protect the integrity of our schools and the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tanisha Banks. After Tanisha Banks is Jennifer Carpenter.
Good evening, board members. Proactive. Let's define what that means. A person, policy, or action creating or controlling a situation by causing something to happen rather than responding to it after it has happened. Being proactive. This is what GCPS needs to be when it comes to protecting our children in schools from the abuse of ICE authority. We are in a different state of emergency in this country right now, folks, and Gwinnett needs to wake up before it's too late. A safe school zone policy to specifically address the Gestapo called ICE from coming into our schools or being around our schools and bus stops needs to be in effect yesterday. Speaking of yesterday and today, we've heard some of our board members bring attention to why there's urgency for a safe school policy here in Gwinnett County. Well, board members, this is why. We have an ICE facility being opened near the Mall of Georgia in Oakwood to hold 1,500 people and a 1 million square foot concentration camp in Social Circle, Georgia to hold over 10,000 people. What does that mean? Well, these private concentration camps need to make money. As we have seen, no one is safe. Not even my white brothers and sisters in this building. Y'all ain't safe either. So that means all of our kids aren't safe. Money is green and bodies equal money in a detention center. We need to make sure our teachers, principals, and everyone in our schools knows what to do if ICE comes to our schools. What are the rights of our students? What information can't be shared with the Gestapo? What are the legal protections of our kids on school grounds and on buses? This is not a snow day last-minute decision that GCPS is known for making the day before a potential snowfall. You can't wait to make a decision the day before and not expect chaos. And for all who are straddling the fence on this obvious proactive decision, that needs to be made to protect our children, wake up. The cost? What cost is not worth protecting the lives of our children? Heck, GCPS under the previous failed leadership spent $1.3 million on cheap plastic backpacks that broke in a week. So I don't want to hear about fiscal responsibility when it comes to protecting our children from the trauma of what the main pedo character in the Epstein Files movie is exposing our children to. Do something, do something, do something. Proactively prepare. And GCPS celebrates Easter and Christmas. And Christmas is a federal holiday. So leave the
Next, we have Jennifer Carpenter. After Jennifer Carpenter, we have Denise Rumbaugh.
Good evening. I'm the parent of a GCPS graduate and also a high school freshman here at Peachtree Ridge down the street. I'm also a resident of Gwinnett County for the last 25 years. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your support of the Muslim community during Ramadan, and I was happy to see that the to-go meals were extended and that students will be provided a quiet space for prayer or reflection if needed. Unfortunately, though, we have a lot of students and families here in Gwinnett who are not feeling as supported at this time, and they're not feeling as supported by the school board especially. And that is due to a lot of the things that Ms. Banks just spoke to, specifically the proposed ICE detention facility, right up the street here, and there's talk of another one to be, I think, closer to Beaufort, so one in Oakwood, one in Beaufort. So I've actually selected this evening several of the GCPS core beliefs and commitments, and then I would like to highlight how supporting our immigrant communities in Gwinnett aligns with these missions and goals of Gwinnett County Public Schools. So I'm not going through all of them, just a few. First, students are the center of every decision. So GCPS should always put our students ahead of current national policy. Equity benefits all. At this time, not all of our students feel safe when they travel to and from school or attend after-school events. Immigrant families may feel unsafe to attend school events, conferences, or even watch their children participate in sports, theater, or music performances. Third, excellence is for everyone. Regardless of their parents' status in the U.S., all of our students deserve the opportunity to learn without the distractions that come from feeling unsafe or uncertain about their futures here in the U.S. And every student has the fundamental right to learn in an environment that is free from fear and intimidation. Belonging builds strong schools and strong communities. What makes Gwinnett great is our diversity and our ability to learn from one another in our schools and communities. We are so fortunate to get to raise our children in such a diverse environment. Lastly, foster a safe, supportive, and inclusive environment. Students and their families need to know now more than ever that Gwinnett County Public Schools cares about all of the people in our community, regardless of their immigration status. Now that we know how supporting all families in Gwinnett aligns with the GCPS core beliefs and commitments, I would like to ask for the safe zones to be moved beyond the non-public areas of the school to encompass the bus stops, sports arenas, bus lanes, parking areas, and any other areas where students and their families may congregate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Denise Rumbaugh. After Denise Rumbaugh, we have Dr. Janet Brown Howard. Dr. Howard.
Members of the board, Dr. Taylor, my name is Dr. Janet Brown Howard. I served as the CEO of Gwinnett Professionals for Human and Civil Rights, an organization dedicated to eradicating discrimination and injustice in Gwinnett County. This evening, I will share some concerns my organization received from employees, teachers, and counselors who may hesitate to express dissatisfaction within a district due to fear of retaliation. First, I would like to speak on one-time payment retention. The rising cost of living has made financial circumstances more challenging, yet the payment amount was reduced from $1,000 in 2021 to 2024 to $500 in 2025. Please make this make sense. Teachers and counselors at Grayson High School and Brookwood High School, while serving some of the highest student population in Georgia, receive less compensation compared to their peers in Beaufort, DeKalb, Fulton, and Atlanta. As a result, these educators are facing increased workloads and financial challenges. Many educators are working multiple jobs to support their families. My research indicates that one member of the leadership cabinet earned $318,000 last year, while in 2023, the same position was compensated at $282,000 for the previous employee. This reflects an increase of nearly $35,000. Next, school board members' responses to concern from employees. In accordance with the established protocol, all concerns should be directed to GCPS board coordinator. This existing protocol merits careful evaluation. In some instances, this process has resulted in retaliatory actions impacting the employee, the parent, and the students associated with the parent who expressed their concerns. Employees may also be subject to quiet firing. Quiet firing is often disguised as unfair performance ratings, pass over for promotions without valid reasoning, demoted from an assistant principal to a teacher, and employees are often told, if you are not happy here, you should resign. Last, school operation matters. As members of the board, it is imperative for you to express any concerns about school operation matters without fear of losing your It must not remain silent.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen Noah, and after Kathleen is Chelsea Hutchins. Chelsea. After Larry Weiner, after Chelsea.
Is that
Kathleen?
Should have. Thank you for seeing me, the Board of Gwinnett County. I'm a pretty shy person. I don't usually get out and speak, and I've been very happy with my granddaughter's school. She goes to Duluth High School. She's a junior. I'm here today to address the walkout that occurred January 23rd. My granddaughter was among the many teens that walked out that day in protest against immigration customs enforcement. She was curious, and I'm still not giving her a pass, in a protest promoting hate and the feelings projected on these kids to be killed or kidnapped and being fascist, as the poster indicated, which I have a copy of the poster right here, and it was pretty explicit. I'm not giving the high schools a pass either. My granddaughter is my whole world. My son, her father, passed away in 2021. She turned 13 the very next day. That was possibly the most horrific tragedy to ever experience. She is my sole responsibility. I want to know that she is always safe as possible, especially at school. I understand the First Amendment well. I believe it should be used in a respectful manner, not with a hate poster. There's almost 1,000 kids in her class alone. This is a perfect potential violent situation. All this poster, the fact that no parent had to sign or give permission, to me is indoctrination. My granddaughter told me she had an excused absence for her fourth period to go do this walkout. She was told by an administrator. She and one of her friends, being curious and excused from class, thought, why not? But I want to know who did authorize this and why parents were not notified. Actually, I did receive an email from the principal an hour and a half after school was out, hours after the incident. Any kid is going to choose to get out of class as an excuse to get out for an hour. Who excused these students? My granddaughter returned to school, though. She was 5 minutes late, and she was actually tardy and got in trouble for fifth period. Most kids did not return the rest of the day. I would like to know if their parents were notified. I would like to know how many parents gave permission for their kids to go protest like this in front of City Hall. I did not give my granddaughter permission to go do this, especially with such hate about fascism and being kidnapped and being killed. This is promoting a mindset that could easily turn violent. These teenagers are easily led to hate, and it's evident by the...
Thank you. Next, we have Chelsea Hutchins. After Chelsea is Larry Winder.
The system is broken. That is my short answer when asked why I have to continually advocate for my son with disabilities to receive the education he is legally entitled to, both how and where it should be provided. What do I mean by broken? Public education is supposed to prepare all students to contribute to society and live fulfilling, productive lives, but the system was not built for all children. It took decades of advocacy by parents and disability activists before federal law recognized that children with disabilities are entitled to a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. Even then, progress did not come easily. Schools were reluctant to educate students with disabilities, and meaningful access has required sustained advocacy for over 50 years. Too often, systems focus on the minimum required for compliance rather than committing to the deeper structural changes needed to design schools that include all students from the start. This is why state complaints in Georgia have more than doubled since 2021. Systemically, the brokenness shows up as two separate systems: general education and special education. This creates a sorting mechanism, categorizing students by need and ability, leading to segregation. Why does it matter? Because school is society's training ground. It teaches children how to collaborate, problem solve with people different from themselves, lead and be led, and experience belonging. Because segregation harms all students. Because disability is part of the human experience, and positive attitudes toward people with disabilities develop when children have regular, supported, and meaningful interaction with diverse peers. Because compliance is not the same as justice. Because adult society is not segregated, not in workplaces, communities, families, or civic life. And finally, because inclusive systems are stronger systems. They improve teacher preparation, instructional flexibility, collaboration, and data systems that measure growth for all students. So how do we fix it? First, we stop separating children. We stop teaching kids that if you have disabilities, you have to leave the group to find support and accommodations, like support and accommodations shouldn't just exist everywhere. Next, we look to those who have done the work for the past 50 years, those who have researched and found the best practices and created examples of how inclusion should and does work. Then everyone comes together, those who have kids with disabilities and those who don't, gen ed teachers and special ed teachers, educated leaders who understand inclusion and those who don't, and we start with our hearts. We come to believe collectively that all children belong, and it is our job to create spaces where everyone feels safe, seen, and supported, that it is not the children who need to change to belong. Finally, we never stop the work. We know it takes a long time to do great things, and we persevere because public education is for everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have Larry.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and interim superintendent. I'm requesting clarity and accountability regarding recent events involving student protests during instructional time and the district's response. First, Was the board aware of any teacher organizations, staff members publicly advocating political positions to local law enforcement regarding not to cooperate with ICE? If so, what steps were taken to ensure district's neutrality? I believe that's a egregious act from the board to not enforce that. I have a letter here. This is from the Gwinnett County Association of Educators. And this is addressed to the sheriff of Gwinnett County. Second, was the board aware of any third-party involvement communicating with minors, providing resources to facilitate these protests? What safeguards were in place to prevent outside political influence on students during school hours? These signs are on stakes, and they were using these megaphones with blowhorn and detachable microphones. Okay, this is not cheap. This is $80 on Amazon. No students could do this. This is organized by adults. I also found this on PSL, Party of Socialism and Liberation. How did they get all these information? And they got cameramen on site whenever these protests were going on, when students were walking out during school hour, okay? And they were excused from the superintendent. Additionally, I asked the board to clarify its position. If one political protest is permitted during instructional time, will all political viewpoints be permitted equally? We talk about diversity, right? Diversity is our strength. Conservative, liberal, independent, of all sides. That's the diversity that I look for in America. Or does district policy prohibit political demonstrations during class time altogether? I would just like to close that I ask for transparency, consistency, and neutrality in this board. Because
Thank you to our constituents for your comments. Now we will have remarks from our board members. I do want to remind our board members that before we begin, this is a brief note for a small adjustment to this portion of the agenda. As you know, we agreed that beginning tonight and moving forward, we are adding a student presentation at the beginning of the evening's agenda. Additionally, we agreed that in the interest of time, we would limit each board member's remarks to 5 minutes. At this time, I would ask for the clock to be posted and the time to be honored for each board member. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Dr. Johnson-Morgan. I'll be brief. Just want to take time to thank everyone who came out to support us at the board meeting. Really appreciated the schools that came and performed and our new changes to allow for student performances. And I'm also looking at the student public comment list. It might be a record list, so a number of students who signed up. So that's always great to see and hear from our students. And then last but not least, today I am, as you may know, I wear shirts to represent some of the schools in District 1. Right now I am representing the Archer cluster, so this is their, thank you. This is their PBIS shirt. It's 6 DINs, 1 school. So PBIS is Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports, and students have an opportunity to select a DIN. There are 6 of them. I could not choose which one I wanted, so I kind of chose them all. So there's trust, integrity, growth, effort, respect, and service. So just want to shout out the Archer cluster, and hope everyone have a wonderful night.
Yeah, our agreement to kind of keep things brief. I'll try to do the same thing. Thanks for everyone coming out and sharing your viewpoints, all the different issues that are in front of us. We always appreciate everyone and your willingness to come out and share. The most recent book that I finished reading was the compilation of MLK's sermons on love. I found it, I think it was given to me by, Dr. Watts while he was served as our superintendent. But I enjoyed it. While I didn't agree with everything politically that he might have talked about, what I did agree with, and was the theme of the book, was his emphasis on love. And his emphasis on not going past the line. He was all about justice, but he wasn't about the pendulum swinging past. He really emphasized love, and I appreciated that. And so I really appreciated what the Shiloh students did and the gift from the Shiloh high school principal, and so I'll be sending her an email of thanks for that. I do want to comment again, another thing I didn't say in the sex ed conversation was cost. It was brought up by one of our speakers. Choosing the best would cost the district less than 1/10 of what Health Smart's going to cost the district. So we have had a lot of scrutiny over the money that we're spending. I think as a board member, one of the biggest areas of scrutiny I think we need to spend is on our curriculum spend. We kind of blew through most of our last SPLOST dollars with our literacy curriculum. Not sure if that was the best choice, but again, we've got experts to make those decisions. But I think we do need, in light of what's ahead of us, some sensitivity in that area. And so, so $2 million versus $200,000. I think that should have been part of the consideration. I also don't necessarily disagree with the safe zone. I want to make it clear. I disagree with the process as it's being implemented right now. We don't have data. We don't have evidence. Well, actually, we do have a lot of data. And my colleagues like to talk about how non-political they are. But I do know that there's one thing that they say in politics is never let a good crisis go to waste. So when my colleague calls for student voice, which really seems to be encouraging chaos and encouraging a lack of learning or a lower learning threshold because of the work that administrators had to do, the work that teachers had to do. This wasn't just a 1 period or 2 period effect. This was 2 weeks of additional chaos that was brought into our schools and supported. And it is political. And facts are important. Chronic absenteeism in Gwinnett County is down 2%. Chronic absenteeism that we've been talking about, supposedly because of what's going on right now, has been an issue nationwide for several years. Meadow Creek, chronic absenteeism is down 3%. Berkmar Norcross, down 4%. So when we start ramping up the rhetoric, I think it's important to be accurate. And I think it's important to ask and allow our system to come up with the ways that we approach this so that it is fair, so that it is neutral, so that it has a component of justice. And we're not asking our administrators to run around for who knows how long trying to deal with all of these, because this is the issue for today. What's the issue for tomorrow?
This is a late board meeting tonight. Thank you all that stayed the distance. Thank you to our staff for all the hard work you put in today. Just a couple points. Thank you to all of our speakers that came in front of us tonight, including our students and our community members. I too, only voted against the safe zone policy. I support it in theory, but I think the way we're approaching it is needs work. And so let's bring it forward properly and appropriately. Our students are safe in our buildings. We know this. We need to get it right. Let's work it right. I know our school district will do the right thing. They will operationalize it properly. Let's make it happen. We had a lot of speakers tonight talk about the student walkouts. We had even our very last speaker tonight, Mr. Winder, bring up a lot of points that have been going through my mind over the last many weeks. And our students truly are the light of our system. They are brilliant, they are innovative, they are creative, they are the future of not only Gwinnett County, but of our state, of our nation. They are future leaders, future innovators, future entrepreneurs, future business owners. And it is our duty as a district, as a board, to protect them, to make sure that they are safe in school, and that safety encompasses while they're on campus, during the school day, during instructional time, bell to bell. And I will sit here and defend with every breath their First Amendment right. They don't give it up when they walk in the school building of free speech. But what I do hold dear to my heart is their inability to not protest on campus. And it is our duty to protect them while they're there in school and create a safe environment for all students while on campus. And any of that distraction while on campus with bullhorns, with signs, with chanting and cheering is distracting to the students that are not participating in those activities, whether they think they're distracting or not. They're out in the commons area, students are in classes, in study time, looking out the windows, hearing and listening. They're distracting. What students do on their own time, I am all for. At a park, at a city hall, I am all for. During instructional time, I don't support one bit. It is our responsibility to protect these students. If they were to walk around campus during school hours and a distracted driver jump a curb and hit one of our students, it's our responsibility. So let that sink in for 1 minute. This yesterday kicked off, our big season of Ramadan, and it also kicked off our season of Lent for us Catholics like myself and Christians that celebrate Lent. And I will tell you, the district, the board did not put out the email about Ramadan, but I commend the district for following up with an email about all the other religions that are celebrated and the support system that is offered to those that do celebrate. And so come to us if you need accommodations, and we want to celebrate all of us. We want to be inclusive, not for just one, but for all. And thank you to all of those that spoke up and had your voice heard and sent emails about what was on your mind. I certainly did, and it was important to me as a Catholic in Gwinnett County to at least have my voice heard, and I know all of you did as well. So again, thank you for speaking up, thank you for being heard, and thank you for your continued engagement, and thank you for sticking it out tonight, and I hope you all have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you for everyone who attended the meeting. For those that are watching the recording, we certainly appreciate your engagement with us. Rose French. September 11, 2015. A reporter with the AJC is one of many reporters asserting that the Cobb County schools dropped choosing the best curriculum. One of many sources. So I just wanted to make sure we revisit that. Do your own research. I try to do research in a matter of minutes while I'm up here. I encourage everyone to do their own research. That's just one source amongst multiple. In addition to that quick research, finding that point, I also discovered that, according to another source, Choosing the Best Incorporated is a well-connected organization headed by Bruce Cook, who was appointed by the Georgia governor to lead the board of the board of the Department of Human Resources. So the creator of Choosing the Best was appointed by the governor to the board of the Department of Human Resources. The data that we were given by my colleague, Mr. Knudsen, came from the Georgia Department of Public Health. So it seems to be somewhat of a connection with the department that created these resources and information and the creator of Choosing the Best. Interesting. I also, when I did some research, came across another article noting that, yes, while Gwinnett County's HIV statistics in young people is the lowest, Fulton's is the highest. And they both use Choosing the Best. Guess what county wasn't included in these resources? Fulton County. So do your research. Get the information. I haven't been able to fact check all of this, but in a matter of minutes, this is the information that I found. But I don't want to end my comments focusing on that. I want to end on a positive note. This month, we celebrate 100 years of Black History Month. The annual observance grew out of Negro History Week, which was the brainchild of noted historian Carter G. Woodson and other prominent African Americans. I celebrate all of our principals, teachers, and students who are committed to truth-telling and sharing the many contributions of Black people to the development of America. Earlier this week, civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson passed away. And in his honor, I'd like to end with the following quote. No child should feel unseen. No soul should feel unworthy, and no people should be denied their dignity. To Black America, to the poor, the forgotten, and the oppressed, you are not less than. You are not invisible. You are not powerless. You are somebody. You carry the strength of those who came before you, the promise of those who will follow, and the power to shape the future. Let us honor the struggle, embrace the hope, and continue the work. Stand up, speak out, keep hope alive, because as long as we believe in our worth, justice bends toward us. Thank you.
Thank you. I prepared some comments too, and it's very similar. We honor Dr. Linda Davis, a devoted teacher whose life was tragically taken during a crash connected to an ice pursuit. She was a teacher who poured into children daily, a Black woman committed to education and keeping children safe. We honor her memory by ensuring our children are safe from ICE terror, fascism, xenophobia, and human trafficking. We honor Reverend Jesse Jackson, whose voice declared dignity when the nation refused to grant it. He made it plain that democracy must include all of us. And right now, history is repeating itself. We are fighting for it again in voting rights, civil rights, and human rights. We lift up Miss Beauty Baldwin, born in Baldwin County, Georgia, who became the first African-American female superintendent in the state of Georgia. She also has a school in her name here in Gwinnett County. We lift up Dr. Everton Blair Jr., the first Black member of the Gwinnett County School Board of Education. His election marked a historic shift in the representation in one of the largest school districts in the nation. We remember Hooper Winwick School in Lawrenceville, the only public school for African American students in Gwinnett during segregation. Built on land donated by Mr. Mac Winwick, the 12-room brick building served grades 1 through 12. It functioned as a sanctuary, a safe space for Black children to learn and protect them against systemic inequities. And we stand with the Livesey family, a foundational Black family in Gwinnett County. In 1926, Robert and Marana Livesey purchased 110 acres of the former McGuire Plantation near Snellville through a bond for title agreement after facing racial barriers to traditional financing. Their descendants, often called, Mr. Thomas Livesey, often called the mayor of the Promised Land, preserved that legacy through decades of resistance and stewardship. This is Black history rooted in land, ownership, and dignity. Black history makers are here today on this board. They're here all across our nation, our county. Many broke barriers, claimed space, preserved legacy, and expanded opportunity in systems designed to exclude them. Their lives represent endurance and transformation. And we gather in a moment when racism feels emboldened again. Civil rights and human rights face direct attacks. Black women's unemployment rates have risen sharply in recent economic downturns, revealing how quickly structural inequities reappear in crisis. Systemic barriers remain embedded in housing, education, employment, and healthcare. Anti-DEI racism continues to choke opportunity and exacerbate inequality and inequities. We feel it in policy, and it's handed to us in hateful anti-Black rhetoric, and we feel it in our daily life. When our humanity is under attack, what do? We stand for humanity, we stand in solidarity, we deepen human connection, and we practice moral courage, even when it costs something. We stay woke. We protect our mental health with intention, we safeguard our personal safety with wisdom, and we choose joy. Joy can give us resilience. Joy says we are here and we will not be erased. Joy is revolutionary resistance. As Jesse Jackson reminded us, I am somebody. I may be poor, but I'm somebody. I may be young, but I'm somebody. I may be Black, but I'm somebody. I may be a woman, but I'm somebody. I may make a mistake, but I'm somebody. I must be respected, protected, valued. I am somebody, and so are you. Thank you.
All right, so I'm always so appreciative for those who stayed, those who shared, those who wish to share. Definitely thank you all for being here. Thank you to the staff. Definitely also really want to thank the board. I mean, you've been, some tough work that you've been having to wrestle through, and definitely appreciate the time and effort and energy that you put into it. I also fully recognize that I'm the last thing between you and bed, so I'm going to extend the greatest gift that I can to show my appreciation and how much I thank you, giving you the gift of time. So have a good night. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to seeing you next month for those.
Thank you. If there's no further business, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn this business meeting of the Gwinnett County Board of Education.
Second. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Thank you all for attending tonight's board meeting. The board interim superintendent, Dr. Taylor, and I appreciate your attendance and interest in Gwinnett County Public Schools. Our public meeting is concluded, and we will be closing in 20 minutes, so everybody got to get out in 20 minutes.